successful captain of the District 114 ship. She's an astute lawyer, and in 2019, she was recognized as one of the top 50 women who visited over 40 countries. My personal fun fact is that she gives the warmest of hugs. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome DTM District Director Emilia Siwingwa.
Good morning, District 114. Come on. Good morning, District 114. Good morning to our online participants. We acknowledge all of the distinguished Toastmasters who are dialing in online. For me, I will observe protocol. International President, Distinguished Toastmaster Matt Kinsey, Distinguished Toastmaster Janine Kinsey, our First Lady of Toastmasters International, Past District Director, Distinguished Toastmaster Rose Rana. I want to recognize other past District Directors who are not currently here with us, but our immediate past District Director will be joining us this evening, Distinguished Toastmaster Anthony Wangundu. I would also like to recognize members of the Cabinet of District 114. Starting with the Program Quality Director, Toastmaster Dr. Konin Shamiridwe, Club Growth Director, Wilson Asimwe, Administration Manager, Dr. Elizabeth Owino, and I would like to recognize the District Finance Manager who will be here with us this evening, Agwing Skweson, our Logistics Manager, Shega Aweke, and our team that's running PR, starting with our communications head, Nicole Onyat, and leading on our graphics, Baron Ochola. I recognize them because without them, these roles don't mean much. It's a team effort, and I'm grateful for your work, I'm grateful for your support, and I'm grateful that we continue forging together as a team. I also want to recognize all members of the District Executive Committee present, meaning our division directors and our area directors. And all members of our district council, including our club presidents and our club vice president education. Welcome, everybody. In Tanzania, we say karibu sana. Dar es Salaam, a haven of peace. Welcome for a tranquil week, Tanzania. And welcome also to the Johari Rotana, Johari meaning the jewel. And it is my hope that you will enjoy the next 2 days here in Dar es Salaam in this wonderful jewel, in this haven of peace. When we started the year last July, we came up with a clarion call: be the best. Best being an acronym with B standing for build, that we would build each other up, irrespective of the circumstances, that we would empower each other, E, that we would support each other, S, and that we would move forward as a team, T. Be the best is not only epitomizing or recognizing the excellence that Toastmasters strive for, but the best means that as East Africa we move forward together. and we have been moving forward together, and it is such a joy to see so many of you here in Dar es Salaam and so many of you logged on online, that we can be together and be the best as we forge forward. We are honored to be hosting the International President this year. We are one of only a few districts that have had that privilege this year. I've had the opportunity to meet him on 2 occasions. The first time I didn't get to speak much in Nashville last year at a tremendous annual convention, and I hope that many of us will be gearing up to go together to the Bahamas to support him and his team as they hold their annual convention. But the second time in Dubai this past January, I came to see a leader who truly leads from the heart. Somebody who, for me, embodies what we have been doing here in East Africa, building each other up, empowering each other, supporting each other, and truly galvanizing and leading a team. He's a leader who not only says that he is a leader, he's a leader that others recognize as a leader. And he is a leader who demonstrates leadership. And I hope that as we spend time with him this weekend, that we can learn from him. We can learn from his leadership as we live together in East Africa, that we can learn from his leadership as we move forward together in East Africa, and that we can learn from his leadership when we look at those core Toastmasters values of integrity, of respect, of service, and of excellence. My fellow Toastmasters and distinguished guests, these words are not rhetoric. These are values we can live. And I'm so honored that we will get to see that example through both distinguished Toastmasters Matt and Janine this weekend, because that's all that I have seen. And I plan on spending the next 2 days to spend a little time closer with them so that maybe it can rub off some more on me. But before I give up the stage, it would be remiss of me not to mention some of our sponsors for this event. Special thanks to CRDB Burundi, who are represented at the back there. Thank you very much. CRDB Tanzania as well, thank you very much. CRDB being a bank. Ashanti Gold, also known as Beta Gold Mines, special thanks to them for the cocktail. As well as Engage Kenya, and I'm told some Toastmasters as well. So a very special thank you to all of them and to all of you. I know that it has taken a lot. All of our economies have been hit quite hard, and I know that it has taken a lot for a lot of you to come here. I am truly grateful. The district is truly grateful. And I hope that we will maximize on the time that we spend together so that you can get the value back. I will stop here. You won't hear from me, I think, until tomorrow afternoon. I think it's a relief for me and a relief for you. But it gives me great honor at this time to welcome our international president. And please, let's do it in our African welcoming way. Please rise to your feet as we welcome International President, our distinguished Toastmaster, Matt Kinsey. Thank you for this honor, sir. A very warm welcome to you.
No, I don't stand behind a lectern very often, unless I'm running a business meeting. While she sets up the slides, I just want to have a little conversation conversation before I start. Thank you for the warm welcome. How are Yako this morning? I hope you're doing well. Now, don't assume that means I know very much Swahili. Okay, I just picked up a couple of phrases. But it is a delight to be here. It's a delight to be here in what I have seen as one of the jewels of Toastmasters. And why do I say that? Well, my first introduction to East African Toastmasters was through your initial founding district director, Rosie Rana. And if you don't know Rosie, spend some time with Rosie. She's an amazing individual. And what I saw here was yes, I knew that everything wasn't perfect. I knew that there were disagreements. I knew that there were differences, different perspectives. But what I saw was a team that came together and worked through them. And they kept the mission as their focus. So I was delighted to do that and see that. And so I'm really honored to be here. And when I saw that East Africa was on the list, one of the few things that I, as international president, have complete control over is who goes where. All right? So I wasn't assigned to you, I selected you. All right? But the question for this morning is, are you a leader? I don't know. I don't know most of you. I know there are leaders in here. But I think we all understand that just because you have a leadership position doesn't mean that you act like a leader. And what does that mean anyway? What is leadership? I bet if we asked everyone in this room to give us a definition of leadership, we would have as many definitions of leadership as there are people in this room, right? It's one of those things, it's kind of easy to see when somebody's acting like a leader. And it's easy to see when they're not, but putting it in words is a little difficult. But that's what we're going to attempt to do today, because this is a definition of leadership that I've come up with over my 30 years of community and business leadership. And what I want you to focus on is the principles. Don't get hung up on the exact words. Focus on the principles behind this. So my first question here, as I look through, as we look at Are You a Leader? Come on. Oh, this is... We've had problems with this remote before. Okay. So my first leadership lesson came when I was quite young. Do we have any athletes in the room? Okay, we're a bit older group here. How about I used to be an athlete? All right, well, like most kids growing up, I wanted to be good at sports. And Connie, I was terrible. All right? You're familiar with the American game baseball? Okay, well, when we're young, they put the ball on a tee so you learn how to hit the ball. I struck out playing t-ball. That's how bad I was. And after one baseball game, I walked up to my dad and said, Dad, I don't want to be around anybody. I want to run home. My dad looked at me and goes, you want to run home? Now, we lived in a very small town in central Indiana, just over 300 people. And we lived about 5 kilometers from the baseball field. And for some strange reason, my dad said, you want to run home? Sure, run home. Now, I guess he figured everybody, have anyone you lived in those one little villages or towns where everybody knows everybody? So he figured somebody would pick me up on the side of the road when I collapsed. It was the 70s. He wasn't worried about it. You know, it's one of those days, I don't know how it was in East Africa, but when I grew up, the time to come home was when the street lights came on. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Some of you reflect that as well. And so I took off running. My dad got in his car. He waved at me, and he drove home. And then I got home, and I came through the front door, and my dad looked at me, put down his newspaper, Matt, who picked you up? I'm like, nobody, I ran home. He's like, Matt, I think we found your sport. Now, I know the Kenyans and the Ethiopians are the best long-distance runners in the world. All right, I know that. Okay, but I was just getting started, so I just saw that feeling. Do we have any long-distance runners here? You know that feeling of being completely exhausted and fulfilled at the same time? Finally came the day for my first cross-country race. And there I was on the starting line. The starter raised her pistol and bang! And I felt amazing. I don't know if the show came on over here, but do any of you remember the $6 million man? And that's when I realized that that's how fast I was actually running, because all of the boys were passing me. And then all of the girls. Out of 173 runners who finished that day, I finished 173rd. I was devastated, demoralized, defeated. I walked up to my dad and said, well, Dad, clearly sports is not for me. I quit. And my dad said the strangest thing. I mean, you may have had a coach tell you, quitters never win and winners never quit, right, Eric? Or your parents told you, you made a commitment, you can't quit. No, my dad said, well, Matt, you can't quit. Your team needs you. What? Dad, I couldn't even see the short little girl who finished in front of me. Nobody cares I was here today. No one's going to care if I don't show up tomorrow. I'm done. And my dad he kind of laughed. He goes, well, Matt, you're wrong. Somebody cares. That short little girl, she feels a whole lot better today because at least she beat you. But when you go back tomorrow, and you will go back tomorrow, no one else has an excuse to quit. Your team needs you. Now, I've thought about that over the years. I think as we get older, we actually begin to truly reflect on the lessons our parents tried to tell us. And I think what he was trying to tell me is something similar to what John Maxwell says, is that leadership is influence. It's the ability we have for one person to change the thoughts and actions of those around them, hopefully for the better. But more than that, you actually have to do something with it. So our 1991 Golden Gavel winner, Bill Gove, during his acceptance speech, he talked about his neighbor who purchased Earl Nightingale's Strangest Secret. Anybody here ever listen to that? It's a great self-development motivational tool. And he said the guy played it over and over until the record ran out. But the bum never left his house. So do you think it did any good? No, you've got to actually do something. So the second part of our first definition is to exercise your influence. That's the first part of our definition, to exercise your influence. And what we're going to do is we're going to build this. All right, I'm just going to come over here because this is not working, but that's okay. Exercising your influence. And as you can see, we're just going to build this step by step. But in what manner? How do we exercise our influence? Well, let's take a look at some data. So when organizations switched from negative feedback to positive feedback, do any of you have a boss who all they can do is find everything you do wrong? Is that fun? Are you motivated? No. Or are you living in fear of losing your job, perhaps? I don't know the environment, but in the U.S., they can pretty much fire you at any time. So people live in fear. But IBM found that when they switched from negative feedback to positive feedback, they got 3 times higher employee engagement. A Gallup study across multiple companies found that companies that exercised positive-based feedback had a 19% increase in sales, a 20% increase in profits, and reduced employee turnover by 72%. All right? Now, there are times where you have to have critical conversations. There are times where people aren't fulfilling the team mission, where they need to be redirected, corrected, moved into the right location. But the best ratio, and I know we've got the evaluation contest later, and if you're competing in the evaluation contest and you use the same, that's fine for speech evaluation. But as a leadership evaluation technique, the best ratio is actually 6-to-1, and more recently, maybe 7 or 8-to-1. You need 6 to 8 positive comments about someone's performance for every single comment on how they can improve in order for it to be effective. And that's really hard to do in one conversation, isn't it? Especially when you have to have a critical conversation. So it needs to be regular and consistent. All right? We need to go through every day and find those opportunities to provide the positive feedback so that when we have to give some improvement, it's well received because you've got that relationship to fall back on. The next thing is, how do you do that? Well, first of all, it needs to be genuine. Anybody remember the 1-Minute Manager? Oh, wow, I'm getting old. Well, there was this book that came about how to be a manager in 1 minute. All right, and one of the things it said was to catch somebody doing something right. Rather than catching someone doing something wrong, you catch them doing something right. It's a great opportunity to praise somebody. But you would see individuals who had just read this book who didn't fully get it yet. And have you ever gotten some positive feedback and you're like, yeah, they don't really mean it? Yeah, you know, maybe it was the ex-fiance, ex-boyfriend, girlfriend, and they're like, oh, I'm breaking up with you, but you're a really nice person. Okay? You know, they're just trying to soften the blow. And we would see this. It needs to show appreciation, especially focused on effort and behavior. And it needs to be specific. If I say someone, good job, how long does that last? A couple minutes? Maybe? If I get into specifics about how that made me feel, how that made me look, the specifics of what they did, the specific organization, that's really powerful. It's truly powerful. And Amelia did that for me. See, what Amelia did was not only did she let me know where we were going to be, she gave me some great support here so that I felt comfortable. I'm getting a little more specific. She set me up my introduction. She gave me credibility. She gave me a reason to be here other than just being the international president, which gives me a little bit of credibility. But she talked about her personal experience with me. Since you know her, she's lending her credibility to me. Okay? And that's powerful. So thank you so much for that. Now, was that specific? Okay? And it was timely. If I waited a month to say that, would it have the same effect? She might think, oh, he finally realized he didn't thank me. Okay? She might think that. Okay? So it's got to be timely. It's got to be tailored to the individual. How many of you do not like to take public recognition? Okay, I know you're not going to raise your hands. Okay, but there are people here you know that do not like to get public recognition, right? But who do a tremendous amount of work. So when I need to thank them, I keep it very brief in public, and then I go to them in private, and I go on a little more. Now, there are others of you, and you know who they are in this room, who I could get up here and I could talk about them all day, and they would be just fine with that, right? So for those individuals, I'll go a little bit longer, but I also have to keep in mind, it's kind of like a speech evaluation, all right? I'm the type, if you give me a speech evaluation, I'll test you might reflect this. How much positive do we need at this point? Just a little bit, right? You can go and really, really dig us. I mean, Altesh is going to try to become the first speaker from Africa to become an accredited speaker. And, you know, I could probably give him what most people would consider a very harsh evaluation, and he'd be okay with it. He speaks at that level, all right? And he's looking for very little things that will make a difference. But if I do that in a club, what's going to happen? I'm going to scare off half of the members because they're going to be afraid that I'm going to do that, and they say, oh, Matt evaluated me. I'm not sure I'm going to speak today. So again, that's something I do in private. So let's go to the second part of our evaluation, of our definition, is exercising your influence in a positive and supportive manner. But where are we going? Go ahead on the next slide. Where are we going? Now, history is full of examples of leaders who have taken their team in a negative direction. And I can say some of the names. You know some of the names. Adolf Hitler, Pol Pot, in my part of the world, Fidel Castro. Now, what do I mean by wrong direction? Here's how I define the wrong direction for a team. I define the right direction as something that unites us and brings us together rather than divides us. I define the right direction as something that lifts people up rather than puts them down. That's how I define it. You may have your own definition, but we need to go somewhere in a positive direction. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide here. Let's take a look at Toastmasters' mission. So how many of you know Toastmasters' mission? Not the district mission, not the club mission, Toastmasters' mission. Well, Toastmasters' mission is we empower individuals to become more effective communicators and leaders. Does this say anything about clubs? Does this say anything about districts? No, those are mechanisms that we use. But this is our purpose as an organization. And Speechcraft is about fulfilling this purpose. Youth leadership is about fulfilling the purpose. The alliance with Rotary, where Rotarians, 1.3 million Rotarians, have access to Toastmasters training material as part of their Rotary membership, is about fulfilling this mission. Now, what's the district mission? District officers, what's the district mission? We build new clubs and support all clubs in achieving excellence, right? That's what we do. That's why the district exists. The district does not exist to put a conference on. That's part of supporting clubs achieving excellence, all right? And in support of recognition, because recognition is really important, all right? So that's there. Now, if you're a district officer, I hope that this mission is inspiring to you. I hope you consider this a worthwhile mission. But every single person in this room, as far as I know, is a member of a club. So what is the club mission? And I'm going to paraphrase it, the exact words are up here. But what do? We provide an experience. It's not just an environment. Okay, an environment is somewhere you can go to. All right? We visited a cultural village yesterday, and we had no guide. So it was an environment where we could go and enjoy. There were some signs. We could learn some things. Okay? And it was a little bit of an experience, but in Toastmasters, we provide an experience that's positive and supportive where every member has the opportunity to become empowered to develop their communication and leadership skills. And what does that turn into? The two most important things, especially the one most important thing I think outside of the religious context, that someone can have, which is genuine self-confidence. And what do I mean by genuine self-confidence? It's, you know what, I'm pretty good at this. And on the other side, you know what? It's okay if you don't like me. I wish you would, but it doesn't damage my sight that somebody doesn't like me. I know there are people out there who don't care for me. That's okay. But some people still struggle with that because they don't know who they are. They don't know what they're good at. And when people don't like them, it damages them because they don't feel loved and complete as a person. Now, if this doesn't compel you, I'm not sure why you're in Toastmasters. Because Toastmasters is about learning, but it's also about giving back. Part of your commitment as a Toastmaster is to help other people reach their goals, right? It's part of your commitment to help other people reach their goals. So the third part of our definition is exercising your influence in a, go back, in a positive, supportive manner towards the accomplishment of a worthwhile goal. And if I stop there, how many of you would be comfortable with that definition? Okay, I know you see that there's more space there. So if I just fill that up with 3 lines, how many of you would be comfortable with that definition of leadership? It's a pretty good definition of leadership, right? Using your influence in a positive way to accomplish something that's meaningful. I love the phrase in Spanish for worthwhile. It's vale la pena, which means it's worth the pain. Okay? It's something that's worthy of your efforts. And that's a good thing, but we are missing a couple of things. And the next one we're missing is values. And Amelia talked about values a little bit. So what are Toastmasters' core values? Integrity, respect, service, and excellence. And they do come in that order. And I know there are parts of the world where respect will always rise to the top. Okay? But from a Toastmaster's perspective, the way we define our values, integrity is number one. Like Warren Buffett says, when he goes to hire somebody, he looks for 3 things. The first one is integrity. And if they don't have that, he doesn't care about the other 2. Okay? He doesn't care. If they don't have integrity, it doesn't matter. He's not going to hire them. So let's talk about our core values. So how many of you have heard the phrase that integrity is doing the right thing when no one's watching? Okay, and that's in my opinion, that's a elementary, maybe a middle school definition of integrity. It's missing something. So what do I mean by that? So let's go back 2 years. Next slide. 6 p.m., June 23rd, 2021, in Surfside, Florida, USA. That is a suburb of Miami. It's a half-hour drive from where I live. And dozens of family went to bed that night like it was any other night. They were going to get up in the morning and go get some coffee, go run on the beach, go meet their children or their parents for breakfast, go to work, go to the gym, like any other day. But about 1 o'clock in the morning, they were awoken with the sound of concrete crumbling, metal screeching, and people screaming as they fell to their deaths. And at 8 a.m., the pictures that hit us the next morning, that same building. Now, I don't know if this made the news in Africa, but it made the news across the United States for about 2 days. But where I lived, it made the news for weeks because it was closer to us. And the question was, what happened? How could this apparently perfectly good-looking building that had been built to code, that had been built for years, that dozens of families were living in, just collapse overnight? And what we saw the next morning on the paper, disaster in Surfside. 1 confirmed dead, 99 missing. But the final count, 98 lives were lost. of the 99 people that were missing, 1 came out of the rubble alive. 1. So the investigation proceeded, we found that there were 3 causes. Right? The first one was a structural design flaw. This didn't mean the building was built improperly. It was built according to the plans. But the plans had a flaw. And the main flaw was a location that allowed water to enter into the structure of the building. And they're on the coast. We're right on the coast. What does salt water do to your vehicles, to your doorknobs? It's very corrosive on metal, right? So water and salt water were getting into the building and making the design flaw, corroding the metal that upheld all of the concrete. But the most important cause was the failure of leadership to act. See, the board of directors of the Condo Association knew about the problem. They even knew what it was going to take to fix the problem. And they were either unable or unwilling to pay the cost. And 98 people lost their lives, and hundreds of more were affected. Now, isn't our leadership a little like that? I mean, let's be honest. We have flaws, right? One of my flaws is I have a tendency to focus on tasks instead of people. Anybody with me? Okay? If you give me a checklist, oh boy, I'm happy. And at the end of the day, if those boxes are checked off, I feel good. No matter where they were the most important things I needed to do that day, that checklist is done. Who's with me? Come on. I know some of you are with me, right? And I am fulfilled psychologically by seeing that checklist completed. And people come up to me when I say that, but Matt, you're so supportive. And in my mind, I don't say this to him in person, but I'll say it to you. In my mind, I'm like, yes, I support you, so you will get things done. Okay? Because my need is fulfilled with getting things done. Now, my daughter is completely the opposite. She has a psychological need to help people. In fact, if you came to her and said, hey, Aaron, I just want to let you know this is going on in my life. There's nothing you can do to help me, but I just want you to know about it so you can think about it. She will make herself sick trying to figure out how to help you. People look at her, but Aaron, you get so many things done. And in her mind, she's like, yes, to support you. Now, at the end of the day, we're both supportive. We both get things done, but we're fulfilling different sides of the personality to do that. So I have to have people around me who will remind me, especially when I'm under stress, especially when I'm under pressure, to not forget to support people. Because if you're between me and a goal, you better get out of my way. Because I will run you over. And unfortunately, some people have experienced that for me in the past. Now, what's the thing that's keeping you from fulfilling your leadership to the best of your ability? I don't know. Some of you don't know, but your friends do. Your colleagues do. Your managers and leaders at work do. And so be open to that conversation. The second question, what's the salt water in your leadership? Now, let's be honest. We are born into this world outside of our genetic code with pretty much a blank slate, right? We could be born into a Christian family, into an Islamic family, into a Buddhist family. We could be born in a communist country, a democratic country, a socialist country. We're a blank slate. And the first people who have an impact on us are typically our parents, whether they're foster parents or your birth parents. They have an impact on you. and they share all of these lessons in life that I've learned. And I know Africa is the youngest continent on there, and some of the lessons our parents learned don't work today, right? Let's be honest, they don't work today. Things have changed. Many of them do, but some of them just are out of touch with what the reality is today. So then we go to school, whether it's a private school or a government school, doesn't matter. And what do our teachers do? Well, they share lessons with us, right? And do those lessons match all the lessons our parents shared with us? No. Then we get into high school, secondary school, and our peers, our fellow students start to share lessons with us. And boy, are their lessons different, right? And then we have our religious leaders, and then we go into the workforce, and our bosses share lessons with us, and they are different. And oh my God, it's so confusing. How many are confused by all these conflicting messages? And what we're doing, I think, really is just the best we can. But you have to guard who you listen to. Is that person who's giving you advice, are they really focused on what's best for you and your team? Or are they trying to control you? Are they trying to dominate you? Are you listening to people who are trying to uplift people or trying to put them down? Who are trying to unite people or divide people? This salt water in your leadership will destroy your effectiveness. And then the last question is, do you clean it up? Do we fall out of integrity? I do. Have you ever made a commitment to somebody and then not been able to follow through on it? Yeah. So we all, I think, have experienced at least once falling out of integrity. And sometimes it's easy to clean up. Sometimes all it takes is an acknowledgement and an apology, and we can move on. Right? But sometimes it takes a lot more. The question is, picking up one piece of trash on the beach is easy, right? Picking up a pile takes a lot more work. And if it's really fine, if it's been ground down, and it's been mixed in with the sand, that's really difficult. And why did that happen? Because somebody didn't clean it up to begin with. So integrity is an inside job. It is when your thoughts and actions are aligned with your values, and the decisions you make are based on those values rather than on personal gain. To me, that is a graduate level definition of integrity. Now, respect. The golden rule, right? How many of you are familiar with the golden rule? I mean, in Christianity, it is do unto others as you would have done unto you. Okay? Judaism, Islam kind of say it a little different. They say, what you find evil, do not do to other people. Okay? Just a different take on it. Hinduism has a similar conversation. Shinto, nearly every single philosophy and religion talks about treating other people well. But I don't think that's enough. How many of you know Aretha Franklin, the Queen of Soul? And one of her most famous songs is R-E-S-P-E-C-T, Find Out What It Means to Me. I'm not going to sing it, because this room will clear out in about 30 seconds. Right? So respect. What does respect mean to people on your team? Now, I live in the United States of America. I have an American perspective on life. All right? I'm a white male, European colonizer. All right? If I come in and treat you from that perspective, will you appreciate that? Okay, you can say it. You can be honest with me. Would you appreciate that? No. All right? I have to get outside of myself and the way I want to be treated, the way my perspective is, so that I can honor you. Okay? And one of the best ways to do that is with people's names. So one of the things I'm known for in Toastmasters and I worked really hard at it, is I memorize the names and photos of every district trio member in every district around the world. And Rosa was sharing a story last night that she saw that. If you want to hear more about that, you can do it. Now, how do I do that? I Facebook stalk, I LinkedIn stalk, I grab photos, I make flashcards, they're on my phone, and when I have a few minutes, I'll go through them and remind myself, especially right before the convention. Why do I do that? Well, did it help me win election to get into this position? Oh, yes, absolutely. But that's not why I did it. I did it because I have a fundamental belief that our district leaders deserve for the board of directors to know who they are. I have that fundamental belief, and that's what drives it. So I work really hard on it. I also work really hard on pronouncing people's names properly. All right? Now, do I get them all right? No. I'm still working on Connie's last name. And Shimarere. Getting there. I'm getting there. It's much better than it was a couple days ago. Okay, but I'm going to work really hard on that. I'm going to listen. I'm going to repeat it. And people appreciate it. And they may tell you it doesn't matter. We know you. We know you love us. It's okay. I understand it. I mean, I have a friend in Nigeria. He's got a name, and he's got a sound in his name that unless you grew up in his village, you will never hear it. You know what I'm talking about? You can't say it. And he finally, after 30 years, he's like, man, you say it better than my wife does. Okay? But I've worked really hard on it. Okay, because it's got this like kind of swallow in the middle of it. It's a really difficult name. All right, for me at least. For his village, yeah, no big deal. So I'm going to work on that, do the best I can. And I do that at the convention, and I want to make sure. And that's something really important to you. And a great way to do this, if you've got a list of names, if you don't have the opportunity to go and speak to them, you've got WhatsApp, right? Ask them to record their name and send it to you by WhatsApp. And then you can listen to it over and over and get it as close as you can, and it's really appreciated. Now, service. Restaurants are really interesting, right? So I just saw the first American restaurant here driving through a KFC. You guys familiar with KFC? Yes. Okay, I found out there weren't McDonald's here, which was surprising because they seem to be everywhere. But do you expect the same level of service at a KFC as you do at a white tablecloth five-star restaurant? No. And if you get the level of service at KFC you expect, are you satisfied? Yeah. If you get that level of service at the five-star restaurant, are you happy? No. So we expect it. So I worked in this strip center, this strip mall, and at one end was a restaurant whose name I will not share. Okay? And the other was another restaurant, and there was a little deli in the middle. And so I had three choices of where to go for food on my break if I wasn't going to bring food from home. And so I ate at these restaurants a lot. Now, I'm one of these people who, if I go to a restaurant, there's one meal at that restaurant I want. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, if I go to that restaurant, that's what I want. If they're out of it that night, I might just leave. Okay, and if they stop serving it, I may not go back to that restaurant. So they didn't even need to know. I would walk in and they would just put my order in. Because I knew what I needed. They would put my Coca-Cola on the table. Yes, I love Coca-Cola. And they would order me my French dip sandwich and go. But this night I did not get a normal level of expected service. And I worked in a customer service-based company, and I decided to say something. And I just wanted to let them know. So I got the waiter over. I said, yeah, it seems like service was really slow tonight, and my sandwich was cold. He goes, hold on, let me get the manager. I didn't ask to speak to the manager. I was talking to you, but okay. So the manager comes over, and I said, I just want to let you know, the service was really slow. The food, sorry, can I get you a free meal? I didn't for a free meal. But I had to get back to work, and I just said, never mind, I paid the bill, and I left. But I stewed over that. I simmered, and I started to boil, and by the next morning, I was not happy, and I decided I'm going to get a hold of the regional office because somebody's got to know what's going on over here. And so I called the regional office. The regional manager calls me back later that day, and she seemed like a very nice lady, and I was like, she goes, I understand you had a problem at this location. I'm like, yeah, I did. I went in, I placed my normal order, it came in. I'm sorry, sir, can I please give you a free meal? And I lost it. And I'm like, ma'am, I just need to let you know. I said, I was really upset with your store manager before this call. And she goes, oh, okay. I said, I'm not anymore. She's like, oh, that's good. I said, no, now I'm upset with you because I know where he gets it from. Can you please just, and I use this word, shut up and listen to me. Now, I'm not proud of it, but I'm being transparent. I'm saying exactly what I said. And she goes, oh, okay. And so I finally, on my third attempt, got to tell my entire story. And you will not believe what she did when I finished. Oh, okay, can I please give you a free meal now? She forgot to ask me what I wanted as a resolution. And all I wanted, all I was looking for was that when I went back in the next time, I got my normal level of service. I didn't want a free meal. I didn't want a long conversation. I didn't want an excuse. I just wanted to say, I'm not happy. Can you please make sure this doesn't happen again? But nobody asked me. Now let's get real. How many of you know what the goals are for the members in your club? Or do you make an assumption about what they need? See, when I joined Toastmasters, getting better at public speaking was not my goal. I had been in high school, middle school, college, speech and debate. I was a minister for 2 years, delivering a sermon every single Sunday. I was a competent, decent speaker. But what I needed to get better at was evaluation, both giving and receiving positive evaluation. And fortunately, my VP of Education understood that, and I evaluated my very first meeting in Toastmasters. There was no making me wait to complete a level. There was no making me wait to complete 3 or 4 speeches or give me some education on how to evaluate. They let me evaluate that first meeting. Are you, as VPs of Education in particular, and as other club officers and as members, are you understanding what the goals are? How many of you have the same goal today when you join Toastmasters? All right, I know there's someone who's been here 2 months, and even her hand is not up. Our goals change, right? Are you keeping on track of that? Now, excellence. What is excellence? Is excellence a standard, or is excellence a process and a pursuit? And we had this discussion on the board. We had a board member who was convinced that excellence is a standard, and this was right after the Tokyo Olympics. And how many of you remember the 400-meter hurdles? We had 2 gentlemen break the world record in the 400-meter hurdles. But only one of them got the gold because he was just a couple of 100 seconds faster than the other. But these 2 men ran that event faster than anybody in the history of the recorded world. And her proposition was that only the gold medalist was excellent. But that's not the way I look at it. I look at excellence the way Aristotle did 2,500 plus years ago. And what he says is that excellence is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives because choice, not chance, determines your destiny. Choice, the choices that we make as club officers, as members, determine our destiny. Now, let's get honest. Does a district add a single member to your club? Who adds members to your club? You do. That is the club's responsibility. So if your club is struggling with membership, it is not the district's problem to fix. They can give you ideas. The area director can give you ideas. The division director, Wilson, can give you ideas on how to help improve the club, how to recruit people, what types of events to do. But you have to do the work, right? You have to make the choice, commit, and execute on the work. And the same thing's true with your personal development in Toastmasters. Your VPE can put you on the schedule. But can they do your speech for you? You have to do it, right? Those are our core values. So what is the next part of the problem, though? Sometimes values fall apart. Some of you may recognize this face. If you don't, you may recognize the name Lance Armstrong. Now, I'm an amateur cyclist. I've cycled more than 400,000 kilometers in my life. I was on racing teams. I biked to school, I biked to work. I biked so many miles on my time. And this man, he was my hero. I got to ride with him once. It was so cool. He came out and he won the World Championship of Cycling, which is a one-day race. It's usually a sprinter's race. Different body type, more upper body strength, a little heavier typically. And then he got testicular cancer. Very aggressive, given months to live. He went out, he got very aggressive treatment. He whittled down to almost nothing, and then he rebuilt himself. And he came out and he won the Tour de France, the most famous cycling race in the world, becoming the second American to win the Tour. And he came back the next year and he won again and again and again and again and again. 7 straight years. He won the Tour de France, and is now considered perhaps the greatest cyclist who's ever lived. Certainly the greatest Tour de France cyclist. But there was rumors that he was using steroids and other performance-enhancing drugs. And if you're a track and field fan, you're well too familiar with these types of substances. But every time somebody would accuse him, he would say the exact same thing. I have been tested more than any athlete in the history of the sport, and I've never failed a test. And I believed him. See, I wanted to believe him. No, I needed to believe him because he was a source of inspiration for me. And if somebody would ask me, Matt, are you working hard? I would go, yeah, but not as hard as he is. Matt, are you committed to becoming excellent in what you're doing? I'm like, yes, but not as much as he is. I used him and his example and saying, if this man did not accept the excuse of nearly dying from cancer and rebuilt himself, what's my excuse? The problem was that was a lie. We know now that at least one positive test was covered up. At least one. And we also know from his own mouth when he came out, who else do you tell your deep secrets to but Oprah Winfrey? On a national television special, that he had not only used performance-enhancing drugs, he used them to such a level that it hadn't been seen since at least the 1970s Olympic swimming teams and for East Germany. But not only did he do that, he had destroyed people's lives. Because when people would accuse him, he would go after them. And I'm not just talking about officials. I'm talking about journalists whose job it is to help uncover these things. I'm talking about teammates who accused him he would destroy. I'm talking about massage therapists whose only job in life was to make him feel better after the end of the day, and medical professionals. He made it his mission to destroy their lives. See, when values fall apart, when people forget their values, it hurts other people. Have you ever had a hero let you down? What about you? Are you living your values? At the end of the year, if someone comes to you and says, I've got one more speech to complete my level 1, but I can't do it until July, are you going to put it in on June 30th? If you have a member come to you and say, oh, I see you need one more member to become distinguished, I'll pay dues, but I'm not going to really participate in your club, are you going to accept that person as a member? If you're an area director and you're needing to get that last club distinguished, are you going to go join a club you're not going to participate in? I hope not. I hope not. Because if you have to cheat to win, you didn't win. And my district missed being distinguished by 57 member payments. We had a district this last year who missed being distinguished by 4 member payments. And she had a club charter sitting on her desk with 20 payments, all of the paperwork, and she got a call 2 days before the end of the year and said, there's a problem. There's a problem between the club sponsor and the company where this club is going to be. And she looked at herself, and she looked at her district director, and she said, I cannot submit this paperwork in good faith. Now, if she had submitted that paperwork and that club had failed 6 months later, would anybody have known except her? A handful. But would we have known at Toastmasters International? Absolutely not. But Jackie Hauser in District 43 did the right thing. And because of that, her district won't get distinguished, but I will talk about her every chance I can, and she will get more fame for following the rules than she ever would have gotten for being the only distinguished district in North America last year. So that's the next part of our definition, because winning isn't everything, values are. So now let's go where our definition is at this moment. Leadership is exercising your influence in a positive and supportive manner towards the accomplishment of a worthwhile goal while following an agreed upon set of values. And if you were at the cocktail party last night, our speaker talked about this very point, didn't he? Agreed upon values on a team in response to a question. But there's still something missing. There's still something missing. And it's not just because there's one more space to fill. I've actually thought about filling up all. What do you think? Should I fill up the entire space to keep people guessing how much more there is? Or do you like it? I kind of like this. But several years ago, I was at a conference in Scottsdale, Arizona in the United States. It was by the late, great Bob Proctor. If you don't know who he was, if you saw the movie The Secret, he was the producer behind that movie. One of the best-known speakers in the world. He's spoken all over the world on personal development. And at lunch, the MC came up and said, ladies and gentlemen, over lunch today, your job is to go out on the streets of Scottsdale, Arizona, find a stranger, and go to lunch with them. Then come back and tell us about it. Now there's 800 people in the room, and there we are descending on the streets of Scottsdale, Arizona, trying to get a stranger to go to lunch with us. Now, I don't know how that would work here in Dar es Salaam, okay? But in Scottsdale, Arizona, at least for me, it was not going well. I'd walk up to somebody and say, hey, would you go to lunch with me? You know, they were running away from me. And I was getting frustrated. I told you earlier, I'm a get-her-done kind of guy. You give me a task to do, I'm going to get it done. And this is unacceptable. I'm going to be the only person in that room of 800 people that fails at this task. Well, that's self-delusion, because half of them weren't even going to try it. Okay? But in my mind, I'm like, I've got to get this done. So I sit down on the bench, and I'm like, how am I going to get this done? How am I going to get this checklist done? How am I going to get this task off my list? And I hear this voice in the back of my head. And I'm trying to ignore it, but all of a sudden I realize it's my mother's voice. And I know one thing. You better listen to your mama. And what I heard her say was, Matt, in whatever you do, find a purpose. Now, I know that it's completely different from what Simon Sinek and all these others say about finding your purpose and then going out and doing. She's saying even whatever you're doing, there is a purpose, find it. And I said, I could thank a veteran for his service. Now, I know many women have served in the military around the world with distinction. But in my mind, I started to picture an older gentleman with white, wispy hair, a cane, a ball cap, and the word Arizona went across my mind. But like I said, I was in Scottsdale, Arizona. No big deal. I'm like, okay. I stood up, and I walked around the corner in front of this restaurant here. And Rosie, there he was, right in front of me. A man with a cane, white, wispy hair, and a ball cap that said USS Arizona. And I walked up to him and said, sir, would you do the honor of lunch with me? And he looked at me and goes, why? Well, this is a good start. He's not running away from me. And I said, well, I noticed your cap, and I made a decision a few minutes ago. I wanted to thank a veteran for his service to our country. Would you please go in the restaurant and have lunch with me? He said, well, my mama told me never turn down a free lunch. Like I said, you better listen to your mama, right? So we went in, we ordered our food. His name was Bill, and we started talking. And eventually I looked and said, hey, so Bill, did you know somebody on the Arizona? He's like, know somebody? Boy, I was on the Arizona. I will never forget that day. It was right before assembly, and I heard the sirens go off, and I was like, man, here comes another drill. But then I realized that everybody was pointing out across the horizon. And they were not our planes. The next few minutes felt like seconds, hours at the same time as bombs fell, the torpedoes in the water. The smokestack behind me blew up, and I was thrown into the waters of Pearl Harbor. And as I tried to keep my head above the waves, I watched my ship sink to the bottom. I lost 2,300 brothers that day. I will never forget it. Finally, the silence was broken by the waiter as he brought the check over. And I quietly reached out, and I pulled the check towards me, and it was snatched out of my hands. I said, Bill, I told you I wanted to take you to lunch. He said, yeah, I know what you said. So what? The only thing I could think to say in that moment was, well, my mama also told me never turn down a free lunch. See, I almost missed that moment, those few minutes that were so significant, where I not only got to get a different perspective on something I had only read about in history books, but I gave an opportunity for someone else to tell his story. The assignment was not to check something off a list. The assignment was not, as I thought, to get outside your comfort zone. The assignment was to connect with another human being and share a moment, if just for a short time. How many other times have I failed to understand the assignment? As a leader, do you understand your assignment? See, your assignment as a leader is first to connect. There are times where we need to lead with our head and think and plan and create opportunities for the future. And that's very important for a leader. There are times we need to lead with our hands and do things, get things done. And this time of the year, in this district, in your clubs, this is the time to get things done, to finish off those last goals, to get those last clubs started, to get those 1 or 2 or 3 more payments so your club can become reinstated or you can become a distinguished club. This is the time to get that done. But when you start with your team, you start with your heart, you create connection. Because when the tough times come, and they will come, you need that relationship to fall back on. You need that trust that's built out of that relationship to say, yeah, oh man, Amelia's just a little stressed today. I know she means well because I've got that. If I don't have that relationship, if I haven't built that, I'm going to start thinking negatively about her and making assumptions about her that are the wrong assumptions. And I'm not going to understand this isn't who she typically is. She's just stressed today. And give her the freedom, give her the liberty to be stressed. See, one of the things that I really disagree with that was said last night, some of you said that is vulnerability. As leaders, you must be vulnerable. Who wants to go hear a speech from a gold medalist that just talks about how they felt winning the race? Okay, have any of you ever heard Usain Bolt talk? And he does not talk about winning Olympic medals. He talks about the struggle to get there. He talks about the poverty he grew up with in Jamaica and how that impacted him. He talked about the struggle to get sponsors. And he had the talent. Okay, and he clearly had a talent, but he talked about how much work it took to get there. Why? Because that's what we want to hear. We want to hear the struggle. We want to hear the journey, because then we can appreciate the success. But if all we hear is success, we have no appreciation for what it took to get there. And more importantly, we can't imagine ourselves being there. See, what we do as leaders, I think, comes down to one thing. It's very simple. The same thing that we do as speakers. Now, hope is not a plan, but hope is important. And what we do as leaders and speakers is we give people hope. Nelson Mandela in this continent gave people hope, right? Were things changing when he started talking? Were things changing when he was sitting in prison? No. what was he doing? He was giving people hope that they could become better, and eventually they did. And yes, there are still struggles. But hope is so important. That thought that my situation can improve. So our definition of leadership that I'd like you to consider the principle behind is exercising your influence in a positive and supportive manner towards the accomplishment of a worthwhile goal, following an agreed upon set of values, and starting with your heart. And if you choose to do that as a leader, if that's the way you choose to act, you may not always be right, but you will never be wrong. Madam District Director. That was an accidental mic drop. All right, Eric just invited some questions, so I'm just going to put one parameter around the questions, okay? If you want to talk about the future of Toastmasters, if you want to talk about news, you want to talk about anything like that, I will be glad to talk to you about that after this session. But any questions today, I would like them to be about this content and how you can possibly apply it. So if there are any questions, I don't know if we have a second mic. It looks like we got a second mic, so if you just raise your hand or stand up, we'll get a mic over to you so everyone can hear it.
So we'll take two questions.
I have a question right up here in the front. Here, why don't you come on up? And tell everybody who you are first.
So this is Magdala from Ethiopia. My question is a question that I usually ask people whenever I meet them, and it is, if you meet your younger self, say when that person is in the 20s, what are the 4 things that you want them to know so that they could grow better?
What are the, okay, so the question was, what are the 4 things I would want myself in my 20s to know? Number 1, lighten up. Don't take everything so seriously. That's number 1, without a question. Number 2, the pain is worth it. The struggles you go through mold you and shape you. And you will become. Now, I'm a Christian. The Bible talks about all things work together for good. It doesn't say all things that happen to you are good. Right? It doesn't say that. It says that all things work together for good. So the pain that I've gone through from the missteps that I've made, from losing an election in 2014 for international director, from failed relationships when I was younger, those all contributed to who I am today, and I like who I am today. Okay? I'm a pretty good guy to hang around with. All right? And if you don't like me, I'm okay with that. But I could not have gotten there without all those lessons. Number 3, trust yourself. And more importantly, forgive yourself. I think for many of us, and you can let me know if you agree with this, it's easier to forgive other people than it is to forgive yourself, right? For many of us. If you are willing to forgive somebody else and take the viewpoint that they're doing the best they can, given their education, their knowledge, their experience, their upbringing, they're doing the best they can, and they're just trying to figure it out, give yourself the same freedom. And be willing to forgive yourself and take the lesson I learned. And the 4th plan, and I usually don't get religious or spiritual, but the 4th plan is God, the universe, the cosmic energy, whatever you believe in, has a plan for you, and it's your job to be open to receive that and go out and fulfill it. So that would be the last part of mine. Those were the 4 things I would want somebody to know. And one more question, just due to time. Somebody's got a question.
There's at least 2 questions online, so I'd like to invite Lucy, our online MC, to field the 2 questions that we have online.
I saw a hand start to come up over here. Okay, I saw a hand start to come up over here. Are you ready with your question, or are you still thinking about it? No, he's not ready. Okay, back here to the left.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. TM Immaculate Birunji from Toastmasters, Bokoto. Nice to meet you, Matt.
Nice to meet you.
My question to you would be like in 2 sentences. Okay, I'll give you grace. 3 sentences. Describe your journey from when you started as a Toastmaster to being a DTN to being the international the president for Toastmasters today. Thank you.
Wow. 3 sentences, huh? Don't be afraid to say yes. Know when to say no. And other people will see things in you that you don't see in yourself. All right, one more question.
Let's go online.
We got a question online.
Thank you so much. We have a question from DTM Beverly Nambozo. DTM, kindly go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. It's great to meet you, Matt. My name is Beverly Nambozo Nsengyumba. I'm also from Bokoto Toastmasters Club. I'd like you to speak into the difference between character and what you do. We are told a lot about what we should do in Toastmasters, and who we are may be slightly different. Just like you talked about Armstrong, the cyclist, I've heard of him and other athletes who have been tested positively for drugs, athletes I admired. And what they do is clearly distinct from whom they are. Please speak into that as Toastmasters, as people who are building our career in speaking and communication. How do we merge the two, and how do we know when to separate the two of those things? Thank you.
Wow, that was a very deep question, Beverly. So for me, when I lost election in 2014 in Malaysia, the feedback I eventually heard from people was, we can tell you're a smart guy, but who are you? Now, I spent hundreds of hours talking to district leaders around the world. Hundreds of hours preparing. And what I realized is they really didn't care what I knew. They cared who I was. And some of us choose to define ourselves by what we do. Right? And what's in North America, common question is, oh, what's your job? Is that a common question here in Africa? What do you do? Okay? That's not who you are. Well, who you are is a dangerous question, right? Because that means they may ask us who we are in return. What you do is a safe question. So I would say don't confuse who you are with what you do. Now, is what you do a part of who you are? Yes. But that's like taking a cup of sugar out of a cake and saying this is a cake. Okay? It doesn't work that way. The cake is a part of who you are, and you can't separate the sugar from the cake, right? Once it's baked, once you mix it in, it's part of the cake. And I would say that's the way you live your life, is not trying to divide yourself into these pieces of your life, but look at yourself as a whole being. So a part of my life, a part of who I am this year is International President of Toastmasters. A part of my life is I'm a grandfather. A part of my life is I'm a father. A part of my life is I'm a husband. A part of my life is I'm a Boy Scout volunteer. A part of my life is I'm a business owner and I'm a cybersecurity analyst. A part of my life is I'm an amateur cyclist. A part of my life is I read books every day. A part of my life is I write poetry. A part of my life is I play 8 musical instruments. Okay? Those are parts of my life. Those are things I do that contribute to who I am. But the sum of us, just like a cake tastes a lot better than eating those individual pieces, right? The sum is greater than the whole. So I think that's what you have to do, and it starts with being vulnerable and letting people in. See, the reason people didn't know who I was because of something that happened to me when I was 16 years old. And here it was nearly 30 years later, and that was still affecting how I interacted with people. Because I had a group of friends verbally beat me up for half an hour and tell me every single thing that was wrong with me. And when I tried to get up and leave, they held me down to make sure they could share everything. And because of that, I created walls to keep people out. Thick walls. One of my good friends in Toastmasters, past district director Catherine Gillivray, who ran my campaign in 2014, when I heard this feedback, I called her, and I'm like, Catherine, I'm getting this feedback. You and I connected as friends so quickly. You know, do I put up walls? And she looks at me and she's like, oh my God, yes. And I'm like, but we connected so quickly. She goes, yes, because I saw something in you, and I was willing to fight through the wall to get to know you. But Matt, most people won't put in the effort. And I've learned to shrink those walls. Now, even with our spouses, we still need some walls. Okay? Even with our spouses, we still need some walls. But they're much, much thinner. And I encourage you, this is what I was talking about earlier about being vulnerable. I'll just share this last comment. I had a district director in Europe call me a couple months after the start of COVID. And she was really struggling. Really struggling. And I was like, what's going on? And she goes, I'm a people person. I am locked in my apartment. And I don't know how to handle this. Any of you were the same way? You know, I know Tanzania didn't lock down like other parts of the world. Africa didn't lock down like other parts of the world. The United States, we were kind of locked in. In Europe, they were really locked in. And she goes, but I can't share that with my team. I'm like, yes, you can. She goes, no, I can't. I have to be strong for my team. I'm like, no, you can't wallow in it. Okay? You can't roll in the mud in it. You know, you have to be able to get some perspective. But please share with your team that you are struggling with this lockdown. You are struggling being stuck in your apartment, and you just wanted them to know so that if you came across wrong, they would understand what was going on. And she goes, I can't do that. I said, please do it. And she reluctantly agreed. And she called me 2 weeks later. And she said after she shared that with her team, she got 10 phone calls from members of her team who said, thank you for sharing that, because I thought I was the only one who felt that way. See, she gave them permission to admit the things they were struggling with by admitting what she was struggling with. And as a leader, not everything goes well. Now, you can't be a woe is me leader. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about.
Recording in progress.
What I'm talking about is having that perspective. All right? So I want to do something that drives Toastmasters nuts, and I don't care. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for being a part of the Toastmasters network and family of clubs. So Eric's will have posted up on the chat my email address, but my email address is really easy. It's first initial, last name, mkinsey at toastmasters.org. Okay, so if you have additional questions, if you don't see me later today, you can email them to me. I will not be home until the end of the month, so please give me time to get home, respond to your questions. I'm not ignoring them. I'm just focused on other districts at the moment because I'm leaving here and going to Brazil on Monday. All right?
Thank you very much. Let's give a rousing applause to the International President, TM Matt Kinsey. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to be with us here in East Africa, Tanzania. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. For our online audience, I'm going to put DTM Matt's email on the chat. Should you have any questions, you can direct those questions to his email, and he'll be happy to respond. Yesterday, he also gave us an open invitation for all of us who are here in person. Please feel free to reach out to him in the course of the breaks, at lunchtime if he's going to be around. And he's happy not only to entertain your questions, comments, and conversations, but he's also happy to take a selfie. But you take it, not him. Well, we want to transition to our contests. We're starting with the evaluation contest. We have the Humorous Contest coming up also shortly, and an educational segment on monetizing your Toastmaster skills somewhere in between there. It's so that we give time to our contestants to get rigged with their microphones. I'd like us to take a 10 minutes break, and the media team can play a 10 minute clock on the wall, including online, so that we strictly take 10 minutes. And at this time, there's a gentleman called Laser, who is going to be serenading us with some good tunes on the piano. Don't worry, Matt Kinsey won't be judging. He plays 10 instruments, but he won't be evaluating you, Laser. So ladies and gentlemen, please take time to go to the bathroom, have a drink, say hello to somebody. See you in 10 minutes. I'd like to invite the evaluation contestants to please go to the sound technician stations, which is to my right, to my left, and to your right. Evaluation contestants, please ensure that you have your microphone rigged, because in the next 10 minutes, we will be getting started. Evaluation contestants, please move over to my left, which is your right, so that you can be rigged with your microphones.
often ask us, why the Serengeti? Our best safari destination. The Serengeti National Savannas offers wide open spaces in wildlife viewing and the great wildebeest migration. Our travelers often ask us, why the Serengeti? Arguably the world's best safari destination. The Serengeti National Park's sprawling savannas offers wide open spaces, incredible wildlife viewing, and the great wildebeest migration. Whether you choose to stay in a mobile tented camp or a luxury lodge, want to fly in or be guided throughout, the Serengeti is sure to touch your soul. This is the Serengeti National Park.
Toastmasters International is a nonprofit organization that has helped millions around the globe build confidence with public speaking. Since 1924, our Learn by Doing program will give you improved communication public speaking, and leadership skills, all while building confidence for your next big presentation, whether it's in person or online. From those looking to change the world to those just looking to give a boost to their career, we know how to help. Build confidence in you. Visit Toastmasters.org/find to connect with one of.
For a minute. Today we have 6 skilled contestants. We do have 4 that are already here in writing. And we have also picked their order of speaking. Now, without further ado, I want to welcome Chief Judge, Division A Director John Zira, to explain the rules and judging criteria in the evaluation contest. Welcome, John.
Greetings, Division A and District 114. Greetings, Toastmasters East Africa. It's an honor and delight being here in front of you and serving as a Chief Judge in our evaluation contest. Contest Chair, fellow Toastmasters, guests, and whoever is here, welcome to the evaluation contest. Serving as a judge, I'm coordinating all the judges, the ballot counters, and the timers. I confirm that they have all been briefed on the contests as required. We have a Sergeant at Arms, please wave, at the venue, and we also have other Sergeant at Arms online. The Sergeant at Arms will ensure that we have minimal disruption during the contest sessions. No participants will be admitted to the contest room while a contestant is speaking, both online and physically here. The evaluation contest follows all rules outlined in the general rules section of the Toastmasters Speech Contest Rulebook. Each speech evaluation shall be 2 to 3 minutes. Contestants will be admitted into the contest room when it is their turn to contest. The judging criteria takes into account 4 main areas. The first one is speech analytical quality, clarity, and focus. The second one, recommendations in terms of being positive, specific, and helpful. The third looks at the technique used. Was it sympathetic, sensitive, motivational? And finally, summation if concise and encouraging. At the end of each speech, we shall observe 1 minute of silence to allow the voting judges to mark their ballots. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back and enjoy the contest. Mr. Contest Chair.
Thank you very much, Division Director and Chief Judge today, Toastmaster John Zira. Now I would like to invite SAA Mercy Shitolwa to share the contest protocols, the SAA contest protocols. Toastmaster Mercy Shitolwa joining us online.
By attending this hybrid speech contest, you agree. By attending this hybrid speech contest, you agree to the privacy policy of Toastmasters International, as well as the unassociated remote hosting service. Some of your personal information, such as name, image, and any shared messages may be shared with other meeting participants and will be recorded by Toastmasters International. May use the recording in the future as it sees fit. Your hybrid attendance hereby discharges Toastmasters International from all claims, demands, rights, promises, damages, and liabilities arising out of or in connection with the use or distribution of said video recordings, including but not limited to any claims for invasion of privacy, appropriation of likeness, or defamation. Hybrid speech contest guidelines. This is for the online audience. Please rename appropriately. Ensure that your audio and video remain off unless you are called upon to speak. Chats will be disabled at the start of each contest and enabled at the end. Please refrain from using reaction buttons and emojis and use them only when requested. They could distract contestants and judges. There will be no admission into the virtual room when a contestant is on stage. Back to you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Mercy, for that very clear guideline and protocols. And now it gives me great pleasure to also call upon our timer, Anne Nakimera, to share with us protocols, timing protocols for our evaluation contest. Toastmaster Anne Nakimera also joining us online. Toastmaster Anne Nakimera, are you able to share with us the protocols? Timing protocols and guidelines for evaluation. Please unmute Toastmaster Anne. Sorry, you might have been speaking. If Master Anne is having some technical challenges to share, I want to invite Master Dan Odero to share with us the timing protocol for the evaluation contest. Toastmaster Dan Odero. I think we may be having some challenges with the online Toastmasters. Now I want to Toastmaster Waru. A toaster is always ready. Let's appreciate Toastmaster Carol as she comes to share with us the timing protocols. Welcome. Let's keep on appreciating her as she comes. Welcome, Toastmaster Carol.
Thank you. We're always ready, right? I will need some assistance. Wanna Erastus?
Yes. What do you need? I can hold this for you.
Thank you. Good morning, fellow Toastmasters and guests. We appreciate you. Oh, good afternoon, my bad. Good afternoon, fellow fellow Toastmasters and guests, we appreciate you both physically and virtually. I have the honor to share with you the timing rules for our contest today. So today, we shall start with the evaluation contest.
Doctors, nurses, and engineers.
I think we're back. And the rules are as follows. Timers shall provide warning signals to the contestants, which shall be clearly visible to the speakers, but not, and any contestant who will read and share in terms starting their speech will be timed in this format. Any contestant is disqualified whose speech time is less than the minimum or more than the maximum time that I will indicate shortly. In all speech contests, no signal shall be given for overtime period. In the event of a technical failure, which we have seen today, not a problem.
Recording in progress.
30 more seconds towards their time. And the speaker is allowed this time before being disqualified. Timing begins with the contestant's first definitive verbal or non-verbal movement with the audience. This usually would be a first word uttered by the contestant, but would include any other communication should sound effects as staged by the contestant. All speeches delivered by contestants must conform to the timing guidelines, as I will now read. Evaluation contest speeches shall be 2 to 3 minutes. A contestant will be disqualified if the speech is less than 1 minute, 30 seconds, or more than 2 minutes, 30 seconds. The green signal to my right, green signal, I'm signaling you, Bonai Rastas. The green signal will be displayed at the 2-minute mark and shall remain displayed for 30 seconds. The yellow signal will be displayed at the 1 minute and 30-second mark and will remain for 30 seconds. And the red signal will be displayed at the 2-minute mark until the conclusion of the speech. And without further ado, let me return it back to our contest chair.
Thank you so much. Wow, we can do better than that. It was like a high-powered topics, and she did very well. Now, I want to call upon, once again, the contestants in the order of how they are going to speak. And in the spirit of Toastmasters and celebrating, I want us to cheer them as we call out their names. The first contestant today All right. Clarification about the evaluation timings. It's not 1 to 2 minutes. It's 2 to 3 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you, Carol, for a stellar job. Right. Fantastic. I want us to cheer our contestant the District 114 way by celebrating them. If you can clap or somersault, whatever it is that you know how to do to really, really celebrate them, this is the time to do that. I'll call their names at the end of the 6th contestant. We will cheer them. We'll give them a rousing applause. Tell your neighbor, are you ready? Our first contestant is Toastmaster. Please remember, we will cheer them after I call out the 6th contestant. Okay? Tell your neighbor, better listen, listen, listen. All right, our first contestant is Toastmaster Chris Karue. Our second contestant, Toastmaster Baron Ochola. Our third contestant who will join us online is Toastmaster Edwin Moindi. Fourth contestant is Toastmaster Emily Manjero. Our fifth contestant today is Toastmaster Eminent FM. Our sixth contestant is Toastmaster John Kiraguri. This is the time. Let's. Fantastic. I'm sure the contestants feel the support. In terms of process, at the beginning of this evaluation contest, a 5 to 7 minute test speech will be presented. Contestants will make notes during the test speech using the evaluation contestant note sheet, which we have already handed to them. At the conclusion, or before I proceed, any contestant in the room who doesn't have a note sheet for, just wait. If you have, you can do this so we can make sure everybody is sorted. Very good. At the conclusion of the test speech, the contestants will be moved to holding rooms here at Johari by our able SAA, George Luanya, and breakout rooms online for our two contestants that are online with our able SAA team. They will get 5 minutes to prepare the evaluation using the note sheet under the supervision of the amazing SAA team and timers. They will be with Toastmaster Dr. Elizabeth in the holding room here and the other timers online. After 5 minutes have elapsed, all contestants will stop any additional notes. The first contestant will be invited back as the first speech evaluator. A 1 minute of silence will be observed after each contestant delivers their speech to allow judges to enter or mark their ballot. After the last contestant, which is the sixth contestant, a 2 minute of silence will be observed so that the judges can tally their votes. When the minutes are over, the chief timer will alert us. So we will be really communicating non-verbally with Toastmaster Carol to alert us when the time has lapsed and to guide us accordingly. As we prepare to listen to our contestants, I would like to remind you to remain muted for the online participants in the contest, and also to keep a good level of silence for us here in this amazing room at all times during the contest speeches. Before we proceed, I would like to confirm with our SAA in the room and online that all contestants are in the room. If George can confirm that, and if you can also have a confirmation from our online SAA that all contestants are indeed in the room here physically and the ones online are there. I see a thumbs up. Let's appreciate that. We have our 4 physical contestants online. Can we have that confirmation?
I confirm that we have contestant Edwin and contestant John online.
Thank you so much. Appreciation to that. Now, I would like to ask the SAAs not to let any audience members into the contest room during the contest presentation. I will now introduce our test speaker to deliver his 5 to 7 10-minute speech. If we can have the test speaker on screen, muted, and with their video on, that will be great. We need to have the test speaker, yes, online. If you can have them come on screen. And
good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Toastmaster Jaquan Colebrook. Fear made me do it. Fear made me do it. Toastmaster Jaquan Colebrook.
Greetings, fellow Toastmasters, friends, and invited guests. Fear made me do it. Let me tell you the story of the boy in the bunk bed. I was in my bunk bed. It was something during my tween years. I can't remember many details, but I can remember how it made me feel. Depression manifests as a broken record of your worst fears playing on repeat. And while laying still on the bed, crying, I was dying on the inside. They were all laughing at me. They embodied everybody that I was culturally forced to respect. I had to bow to these people, but they lacked so much dignity that even my good acts were useless to them. Manners and respect. Manners and respect, manners and respect. But you're not respectable. I detest your lifestyle. And I literally am ashamed to know you. Why should I? Manners and respect. In my head, they were always laughing at me. There I was in the corner of culture, forced to accept the impending fate of forever being larger than life and simultaneously being nothing to the people I was bound to call family. I cried. I shrieked. Oh God, I was told to serve you, but you must hate me. You had to hate me, this person you created, this mistake, just to make an example to your angels how intricately you could punish a human. I was on my bunk bed. I was crying. I was shrieking. Come on. I was thinking this, come on. Just do it. I said that part out loud. You know, when you talk back to your mother and she just looks at you with those eyes, I was in terror. I was alone. I was literally so drowned in the fear of past experiences. I was alone. Know that. So I got up. I stood in the middle of a dark, empty dorm room. Come on, do it. I said it to everything that ever made me cry. I said it to everything that I gave the power to make me cry. Come on, do it then. I was speaking loud now. If this force of fear was formidable right here, right now, it had to prove to me that it was worth all the fear I'd given it. I was tired. I was tired. I was tired. I was tired of being influenced by this thing I could not see, but for some reason I just knew it was there. Do something, do something. I stomped on the floor now, I was beating on my chest, daring it, begging it to do something. When I saw there was no response from this deity, I was met with peace. But that peace turned into anger. I was scared of this. I thought, my eyes now wide, almost a manic disappointment. This was nothing. I was afraid of nothing. You switch the words around, and it sounds like this. There was nothing to be afraid of. Fear turned to anger, yes. But then that anger turned to curiosity. Over the next few years, I started testing boundaries, not the ones made by the world, but the ones I made up. But that wasn't enough. Though I knew enough to know that I didn't know anything at all, I still didn't know anything at all. I started reading about human nature, about practicality, people skills. Then I turned to YouTube, and the more I reject the fear and the voices that I feared, something really insane happened. Those fearful people that I did not like but had to respect, they started to respect me. My aunt stopped calling me cute nephew, and they started calling me a pillar for my family. My friends started calling me intimidating. Curtis Jackson III, better known by his stage name, 50 Cent, he said it best. Do you want to feel like you're afraid all the time? Or do you start to become the aggressor? And you start saying, you know what? You don't have to find me because I'm looking for you. And it changes everything because at that point, I'm the person looking for you. You don't need to find me. You don't have to give me the controls. You don't have to give me anything because I have the buttons. I can just push them. You see, tonight, this morning, I'm not here as Jim Holbrook. I'm not your brother in speech. Today, I am the representation of fear itself. Big, mean, intimidating. And just like in that dorm room, I'm here to test you. Everything you fear is staring you dead in the face. Every uncertainty, every danger, every misunderstanding. I'm right here. What are you going to do? Come on. Do something. Be more than the people think you are. Rise above the situation that's holding you back. I promise you that if you face the fear like a man on a mission, like a woman with a vision, with enough pressure and drive, the world will fall back and make a place for the world you want to create. I mean, have you ever been to the Special Olympics? These people don't have legs, yet they can outrun any of us. And you just don't have a father figure, but you won't take a single step. Really? That thing you're afraid of doing, do it because you're afraid of it. That's where courage comes from. I don't care if you're shaking, stumbling, quivering, give it a try. Take the step, make the move, introduce yourself to who you're meant to be. And when you get to the point where people start questioning your actions, when they ask why you're doing something that no one in your family's ever done, when they ask you, brought you to the point where nothing can discourage you anymore, and your value has been fortified by trial, error, and success, you be sure to tell them, fear made me do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Jakwan. I will now ask the SAA to invite all the contestants into the holding room or breakout room. The SAA team, is there confirmation from Johari here that all our contestants in the room physically are already escorted to the holding room from the SAA team? Can I get a confirmation? Thumbs up, SAA? Yes? All right, I see some nodding of head. I want to assume that that means yes. Say in some cultures, if you do this, it might mean no. So it's yes. Thank you. Can I have confirmation online that the two contestants that are joining in online are in the breakout room? Can we have an essay online articulate?
I confirm that the two contestants, a timer and an essay, are in a breakout room.
Thank you very much. I want to call back our test speaker today, Toastmaster Jaquan Colebrook, if able to come on screen. And the timer will coordinate and alert me when the 5 minutes are done, when my time with Jaquan is done, so that we can proceed. So I'll have my eyes on you, Toastmaster Caro, for instruction. Can we have Toastmaster Jaquan come back? And if he can hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, Toastmaster Jaquan.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the sacrifice. For them that do not know, Toastmaster Jaquan is joining in from the Bahamas. I'm sure right now it's some ungodly hours there. Let's appreciate Toastmaster Jaquan. And when I asked him how long he's been a Toastmaster for, any guesses? How many years? How many months? How many decades? Yes. One? One what? 1 year. Another guess? 6 months. Toastmaster Jaquan has just been a Toastmaster for barely 2 months. Yes. He is from the Leading Voices Toastmasters Club. This is the beauty of Toastmasters. It gives a chance to somebody who's starting out. And this is he told me that this is a big deal for him. He took it very seriously. He prepared well. Thank you, Toastmaster Jaquan, for such a treat in terms of your speech today. We appreciate you here in Dar es Salaam. Well, Toastmaster Jaquan, I have a number of questions for you, if you may. One thing that most people do not know about you. What is one thing that most people do not know about you?
One thing that most people don't know about me is I really love to read. I really enjoy nonfiction, and I think of it like a treasure chest. An individual will spend 2, 3, 5 years out of their life writing a book, sometimes about experiences that would either make them 3 times a person or make them millions of dollars, and then they'll sell it for $10. And then in that book or in that series will be all the secrets that person had, and they're just giving it to you for this larger life deal. And for me, that's me stumbling upon a pot of gold every time. So I love to read. I love to read.
Fantastic. An appreciation for him there. Thank you so much. Well, Toastmaster Jaquan, tell us, why did you join? You know, when our international president was sharing, he asked a very piercing question. And I remember joining Toastmaster, my objective was to network. I've gotten more than I bargained for. And I think the very important question that you are asked today, especially I think for moments of truth, that's a tool that we can use to get why somebody is there to get able to offer their value. But Toastmaster Jaquan, why did you join Toastmasters and how is it going so far?
Well, you're going to think this is a call or just taking the easy road, but I joined Toastmasters for the exact reason. I wanted to network with professionals who appreciate the idea of improvement in their field. Toastmasters was an excellent opportunity. I believe that with more work and time, I have quite the future in speech, debate, commentary, that kind of thing. But also, I love meeting people. And to have like-minded individuals come in the same place for conferences, for meetings every other week, like Leading Voices Toastmasters Club does, it was a no-brainer for me. Now, it did take me 2 years to join because I didn't feel ready, but once I did join, it was amazing. And so far, it has met and sometimes exceeded my expectations I am surrounded by very good people, supportive individuals, professionals in the game, so to speak. And the sky is the floor for the Voices Toastmasters Club.
Wow, fantastic. Yes, and you also did mention that you have started in terms of a mentorship journey with your mentors, Dr. Garcia, who introduced you to Toastmasters. How is that? What is the place of mentorship and how important is it for you?
For me, mentorship is everything. If you can't listen, you can't grow. And when I ask a question, that's the end. I just stop talking afterwards and I become a sponge. And for that, when a mentor sees you want to learn, it's this crazy phenomenon. They start pouring more into you. And that's what I've observed with my club. That's what I've observed with this entire initiative. I have friends now that I didn't know were my friends. I work in retail. I'm a salesman for watches downtown here in the Bahamas. And people walk into my store, walk into the storefront like, hey, TM Colbrook, and I'll stare at them like, where do I up? Toastmasters meeting. It has been spectacular. The mentorship that I didn't know was available in the form of DTM, DR role, for example. For example, this would not have happened were it not for him believing in me, giving me a chance. But also people walking into the storefront, we're having a conversation and it turns into a mentorship session. Listen, Jaquan, don't do this, do this. And when I listen, it's amazing the things that happen.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Toastmaster Jaquan, for really gracing us with your test speech, and we really appreciate it. Let's give a round of applause one more time, Toastmaster Jaquan Colbrook. Thank you. Now I want to call upon our SA, George, to invite the first speaker to the room. Let's appreciate her as she comes in. Thank you. Contestant number 1, Toastmaster Christine Karue. Please confirm that you can see the timer in the room.
Yes, I can see the timer.
You can see the timer. Take your speaking position and you can say ready when you are.
Ready.
Fantastic. I will now introduce the first contestant, Christine Karue. Christine Karue.
Test chair, Toastmasters, Jaquan. Thank you for delivering such an emotional speech on a very important topic of depression. I absolutely loved the way that you built the structure of your story, starting by telling us about how you felt as a little boy on a bunker bed. I loved the way that you used your screen to emphasize your facial expression and your gestures to tell us how deeply you were hurt by them. And following through to tell us what them meant. Able to relate with how you felt as you tried to find your way, respecting people who you didn't feel you needed to be respected. Jaquan, I also love the way that you used your speech in terms of suspense. When you started off, you told us about a group of people. We did not know who they were, and then went on to tell us who these people were who were affected. What else did I like about your speech? I love that you use repetitive language to emphasize your points. For example, you said, I was tired. I was tired. And then you went on to give yourself that oomph, as you said, do something, Jaquan, move from there. Indeed, as we listened to you, together with your facial expression, we could see how much this topic really is personal for you. Thank you for sharing that really important story. As we say in Toastmaster, any speech can move to a higher level. There are a couple of things I'd like to share with you as to something that I would think you can add. One of them in particular is that I felt that we would like to know one or two characters that were part of them. For example, was there a particular friend or a particular member of the family who affected you? I believe that with bringing in the character and also having a couple of dialogue between you and that character, we'll be able to connect even better as to how you related with this particular topic. One of the things I felt was also the flow of your speech. It was a little fast-paced, and somewhere in between, I felt that I was lost in terms of whether we were in the introduction, body, or the conclusion. I would suggest a bit of a slower pace and maybe a couple of transition pieces so that we can know where we are along the story. In conclusion, I loved your repetition. I loved your facial expression and gestures, and I believe if you put more emphasis into a character or two and also slowing down a speech, I believe your speech would move higher towards excellence. Contest chair.
Thank you, Toastmaster Christine. We will now observe 1 minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. One. Thank you. For some reason, somebody thought it was a Nairobi minute or a Dar es Salaam minute and not a New York minute. 1 minute of silence anytime speakers left the stage. All right. Toastmaster George is saying with a smiley face, sternly, that we adhere to non-movement when a contestant is on stage. Thank you. Thank you for really obliging. Let's appreciate Toastmaster Baron Chola as he comes on stage. Baron. Contestant number 2, Baron Ochola. Kindly confirm that you can set timer.
Yes, confirmed.
Take your speaking position and please say ready when you're ready.
Ready.
I will now introduce the second contestant, Baron Ochola. Baron Ochola.
In Toastmasters, there are a couple of slogans that bind us together. One of them is breakfast for champions is feedback. The second and most important, feel there? Exactly. Now that is just what our speaker today did and spoke about and showed us what to do with it. The speech was very relatable. I know nobody who has never dealt with fear. Well, at least the ones who have succeeded have dealt with it. That means it is a very big recipe, very relatable. The next thing is the speaker told us how to rise above the fear. How to rise above the fear. And he specifically said, do it because you are afraid. It is a reason of its own. You do not need any other reason. So kudos, that was amazing and definitely a message to take away from. For if I had not dealt with fear, I would not be here today. Where do I think we can get more captivating? The first issue, I note as soon as you came on to the speaker online, the lighting, half of the face was dark. We could not see all your facial gestures, and together with that, the ground was blurry, which only meant when you signaled one, we saw something like this. That's the first one. So you might to set up your presentation, especially if you're online, to make sure you are well presentable. The second one, your pace. The speaker paced through without pausing for us to intake the message. You might want to work on that. When you pause, like I am doing right now, it gives you a minute to notice people shaking their heads and saying, yes, I have taken in what you have said. So that assists you to know where to go next. The next thing would be the structure. Give us a clear introduction, clear body, clear outro. In summation, I do believe the speaker uplifted us with his speech. The topic had everybody saying, new fears, deal with. We all deal with fears. We conquer them. What happens after you deal with fears? Another one comes in. As long as you work on your presentation, as long as you work on your structure, you will do well. You are a wonderful speaker. Amazing. Back to you, Contestant.
Thank you, Master Baron. We will now observe a minute of silence for judges to mark their ballots. Our third contestant is contestant Toastmaster Edwin Moindi, joining in online. Let's appreciate Toastmaster Edwin as he comes online. Thank you. Technical team. How are you, Toastmaster Edwin?
I am overjoyed to be here today. Thank you for asking.
Thank you, Edwin. Kindly unmute your mic and switch your video. I guess you have done that. Please confirm that you have pinned the timer.
Yes, I have.
Fantastic. Take your speaking position and say ready when you are ready.
Ready.
I will now introduce the third contestant, Edwin Moindi. Edwin Moindi.
Fear has no hold on the wise, Aristotle once said. Jaquan, your speech was intense, persuasive, engaging, and powerful. Congratulations, Jaquan, for giving this impressive speech to all of us. I'd like to use a tool, 73855, as a rule in order to share what I loved about your speech. 7 is my first, and it talks about language, what you say. Language gives body to words, giving power to our very emotions. You were very poetic, engaged, intense, and graceful in what you said. I felt engaged when you said, I was dying inside. Language, vivid, poetic, and engaging. The second thing was vocal variety, which takes 38%. How you say it is what it is all about. It creates scenery, and it allows us to occupy and be able to engage based on pace, tone, and even silence. You elicited and conveyed emotion as you were using vocal variety. I felt moved when you said, I was tired, I was tired, I was tired. Vocal variety. The third thing is nonverbal cues, and which takes 55% of what we engage in. You were natural, your pose, the way you moved in and expressed yourself in a very poetic way. It was colorful, engaged with the language, and graceful. Having said that, I'd like to add a drop to your ocean of exquisite speech. The first thing was just, I felt the moment when your hands were not present and your gestures were muted along the way. I suggest having this, being able to move back slightly and engage us in this powerful speech that you're sharing. The second thing was space management, of course tied to the first. And I saw that there were instances when you reached out, and that was very distracting for us. I would suggest being able to pair just in time to ensure that we are able to enjoy that powerful speech that you were able to give us. And lastly, eye contact. There are moments when you're looking to the side, and I felt at that moment, those were moments when we were lost, when we would have been engaging and connecting. Having said that, this was a beautiful speech that had language, vocal variety, and nonverbal cues in immensity. Points of improvement was space management and eye contact. In conclusion, I say this was a beautiful speech, and I congratulate you for taking the opportunity to share it with us. Back to you.
Thank you, Edwin. We will now observe 1 minute of silence for the judges mark their ballots. Thank you. SAA, if we can have contestant number 4, Emily Manjero, cross to the room.
Testing. Test.
Emily Manjero.
It's okay.
Let's appreciate Emily as she comes. To your left, as you have the stage. I'm ready to the speaking end or ending. Emily Manjero, kindly confirm you can see the timer.
Yes, I can see the timer.
Please take your speaking position and say ready when you're ready.
I'm ready.
The power was in your hands right there. I had to wait. I will now introduce the 4th contestant, Emily Manjero. Emily Manjero.
Toastmasters and guests, how many of us have a direct relationship with fear? Toastmaster Jabral, today you have personified fear by storytelling. I celebrate you because storytelling is the way that we connect with you. You're in another part of the world, but you spoke right through us. You remind me of a quote that Helen Keller said, that the most beautiful things are not seen or touched, but they're felt right from the heart. There are 2 things I will highly celebrate about your storytelling journey that have taken us on an odyssey of just how much eye contact you had with fear. The first one is your facial expressions. Come on, come on. We could almost feel that you were having this war with fear. Fear made me do it. Number 2, the fact that you were able to give us gestures helped us walk that journey with you when you were telling this story. From the bunk bed, right up to facing with your mother and all these people who are in adversity against you. The vocal variety of really bringing in these emotions just sensitized us into just how much courage you faced against fear. As iron sharpens iron, there's one recommendation I have for you as you continue to inspire all of us, and that's the effective use of pauses. Do something! Do something! Pause. Let us soak in that emotion. Big, mean, intimidating. Let us soak in that emotion. Jabral, if any of us has ever experienced an inspiring speaker, today was that day. You have brought fear and the courage to be able to face fear by using real facial expressions, by using gestures and eye contact that made us feel your story. If you pepper that with pausing for us to soak in every emotion, every sentence, every word, you continue to rise as a public speaker. In the words of John Ford, that you're a great speaker when your tongue delivers the message of your heart. Contest chair.
Thank you, Emily. Now we will observe a minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timer.
No.
SAA, if we can have contestant number 5, Eminent, in the
Hello.
room.
Yes.
I want to request the media team to ensure that we do not have any interruptions. Need to mute when we need to mute. Please, Toastmaster Eminent. Let's appreciate her as she comes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. Should I start? Okay.
You can breathe, Toastmaster Eminent. First, kindly confirm if you can see the timer.
Yes.
Can see the timer? Please take your speaking position, and when ready, say ready.
Ready.
I will now introduce the 5th contestant, Eminent Ephraim. Eminent Ephraim.
No. Don't do it. You are going to fall. Look at that person laughing at you. Fellow Toastmasters and guests, today, Toastmaster Jacqueline talked to this person and pushed her away from me. How? Let me start with the attire. I don't know what is happening below the vest, but above it, he was on point, sharp. Then the stories, the things he was telling me in between, that really helped. The way he was looking at the camera, I felt like he was looking not only into my eyes, but into my soul. I felt connected with his story. I was with him all the time. What is he going to say next? Oh, that story resonates with me. I was having conversation with him during the speech. I was able to clearly see that he studied the human behavior with the things he was saying. Now, how can he touch more souls like he did with mine? The introduction of the story. I would have loved it if he had started with the story. Oh God, why did you create me? Oh God, you know that cry. I wanted him to start with this so that he captivated the attention of the speech on the spot. Then the things he was mentioning in between. Give it a try. I would have loved it if he had more animation in that. Strength. And the conclusion. I would have loved it if he had concluded with something animated. Can do it. This kind of thing. Toastmaster Jacqueline. You had a very good storytelling ability. If you have more animation in your speech, like give it a try, take the step, feel the fear, you would touch more souls as you did with mine. Back to you.
Thank you, Eminent. We will now observe a minute of silence for the judges to mark their ballots. Thank you, timers. Contestant number 6, Toastmaster John Kiraguri. If we can have John Kiraguri come up on screen. Hi, John.
Hi.
John.
Yes.
I see that you've already unmuted your mic and switched on your video. Kindly confirm if you have pinned the timer.
Yes.
Thank you. Please. You can see the timer.
I can see the timer.
Okay. Please take your speaking position and say, ready when you're ready.
Ready when you are ready.
Thank you, John. I will now introduce the sixth contestant, John Kiraguri. John Kiraguri.
Fear made me do it. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters, guests, Jaquan Holbrook. What a story. This story egged us to confront this monster we call fear. Jaquan Holbrook excelled in 3 areas. He's a master storyteller who infused emotion to take us through this journey of facing this monster called fear. From the bunk bed, he took us through the things that feed this monster we call fear, became the monster itself, and turned it around to encourage us to face it. The second thing Jaquan excelled in is vocal variety. Fear made me do it. We could see that well used so that he varied his volume, his tone, and his speed to infuse emotion onto all this. The third thing he excelled at is stage use. You could feel as he came close, you could feel the emotion packed into this. Even when he stopped and turned, all these played well into packing the story up with emotion. As a Toastmaster, feedback makes us improve. What could he work on? I feel that he could work on the transitions. The story is packed with emotion from the beginning right through the body to the conclusion. I feel that emotion brings the message home, but along the way, he could let us go a little bit so that logic kicks in and we process the message. Also, in letting us process the message, I feel that he could improve on stage use also, so that a smaller one is all about emotion, while if I step back, it's better. If he improves on those areas, I believe this is the best speech there can ever be. Back to you, contestant.
Thank you, Toastmaster John. Now we will observe 2 minutes of silence for the judges to mark their ballots and perform the final tally. Thank you, timers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have unfortunately come to the end of that gripping and exciting evaluation contest. Yes, we can do much better than that in appreciating all our contestants. Wow. Fantastic for that display of courage and really delivering with a bomb. I want to call upon our contestants to join me up here as we learn one or two things about them and also get a chance to hand them some certificates. If I can call all the contestants to come in, let's appreciate them as they walk up here. Let's keep cheering them on until Eminent comes on stage. Toastmaster Eminent. And I can also Master Edwin Moindi and Toastmaster John Kiraguri joining us online. Fantastic. I have one question that I would like for all of us to answer and give our own responses. Maybe we can start with contestant number 1. What have been, or what has been, one of your best highlights in your Toastmaster year? And also one highlight that has not been so rosy. So 2 highlights. One that is really, really good, memorable, and the other one that has not been so rosy because we also learned from that. We can start with Toastmaster Christine.
Thank you, Contest Chair. I believe my highlight, as I'm sure many of us, is Teacon, Salaam, right? That has been a great highlight. I am so honored to be on stage and having come this far. One of the things maybe I would wish would have been different during the year is maybe a lot more participation in club levels where we can support one another, and also growing in terms of our clubs so that we can meet new people in our clubs. Thank you, Contest Chair. Back to you.
Yeah, that was a bit weak in terms of the appreciation. More, better. Yes. We want to celebrate them. Thank you, Christine, for that. If we can have the SAA team display Christine's certificate of participation. All right. Coming up, as it's coming up, the SAA team, I can give you a cue. You'll display for the speakers as they follow one another in the list. Let's appreciate Toastmaster Christine. Wow, fantastic. Congratulations, well deserved, Toastmaster Christine. Toastmaster Baron?
Yes, sir.
The same question to you. Should I repeat the question?
I remember it.
Good stuff, yes.
So what has stood out, what has happened? I think the best thing has been contesting. I've been in Toastmasters for only 9 months. Thank you. So when you join Toastmasters, a few Toastmasters have a culture of throwing you to the deep end. And 1-2 months into it, they said you are contesting. I said, all right. And eventually, a couple of months later, we are in Salaam. So that is the highlight. And I don't see a low point because at the end of the day, it has been growth all the way through. Yes.
Thank you, Toastmaster Baron. But I didn't say low point. I said not so rosy.
None.
All right, let's appreciate him. We appreciate that, and we hope that it will be that way 9 years later. All right. A certificate of participation to appreciate Toastmaster Baron. Let's a round of applause. Yes, fantastic. Toastmaster Edwin Moindi. If you can have Toastmaster Edwin joining us online on the screen. Yes, Toastmaster Edwin, tell us about these highlights.
I'd like to anchor to what Baron said. I've also been in Toastmasters, I think nine months now. Started my journey last year in September. And it's like asking a child who's 9 months old what they've seen that is new. And I'll say everything is new and exciting about Toastmasters. And I enjoyed everything. And if you ask me what has been the low points, probably it's like asking a child, when you started walking, what was the highlight or something wrong that happened? So I don't think there are too many negatives or anything low. I would move towards the positive and say that I have made friends, I have been in clubs, I've literally learned to love Toastmasters for the principles and what it stands for.
Thank you, Toastmaster Edwin. Let's appreciate him as he receives his certificate of participation. Well deserved, Toastmaster. Let's do better. I hope the energy levels are not going down. Let's do better. I'll really appreciate. Fantastic. Toastmaster Emily Manjero, I say dynamite, full of energy.
I am always, eh?
Always.
Question about the highlights. You know, every year there's something crazy I do. I'm crazy. So last year, we were part of the task force that developed Teacon 2022. That was insane. And then now participating in a hybrid contest in 3 contests is ridiculously insane. But the beauty is that people are the highlight. From the support system that has come through for me, everyone who has been there, helping me practice, giving me an idea here, a thought there, a suggestion there. That has been my highlight, and that is why I'm still in Toastmasters. Areas of improvement or a not so rosy moment, I think the transition coming from virtual to physical feels like we're still rusty, and there can be some glitches about that, but it calls for grace. I think in everything, we can never always be perfect, but we can always extend grace and cheer on the team that is doing this. This is phenomenal. And we cannot start to say just how amazing it is to finally meet physically all across East Africa. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Let's have the certificate of participation for Emily. And let's appreciate a rousing appreciation to Toastmaster Emily Manjero. Fantastic. Toastmaster Eminent.
The highlight. Toastmasters for me is a it's a lifestyle. So I had my son a year ago, and continuing my Toastmasters journey till now is the highlight for me. The not rosy part is Ethiopia has the biggest potential to build new clubs and have many members. So I feel like I could have supported more the team on establishing new clubs and helping people become members of the Toastmasters again.
Yeah, if you can have the certificate of appreciation to her. Yes, certificate of participation. Let's appreciate her a lot more. Thank you. And I think there's an opportunity, MNS, to do that in the coming year. There's new opportunity to do that. Last but not least is Toastmaster John Kiraguri joining in online. Toastmaster John, let's have Toastmaster John come on the screen. Yes, Toastmaster John.
Thank you, thank you. I am a member of Meru Toastmasters in Kenya. We are on the other side of Mount Kenya. My highlight this year is that Meru was chartered, I think, in 2020, and currently we have 19 members. That is a highlight for me. That year has been phenomenal because people are joining in, they are finding value. I believe we can even grow to a bigger club. Not so rosy. I wish I was in Dar es Salaam. You know, I'm here. I have the wherewithal to be there, and I'm not there. That is the not so rosy part. Other than that, I don't think there is anything else.
Thank you, Toastmaster John Kiraguri. If we can have John's certificate of participation displayed. Thank you. Let's appreciate John. Haven't they just done an amazing job today? Let's appreciate them one more time. Rousing applause. Please come. I'll help you down the stairs. You can take this mic from you. Then I'll just help you right hand. Let's appreciate them as they sit. Thank you. Better until they have their seats. They are our heroes today. They've done an amazing job. Once more, thank you so much, contestants. Before we move to the next segment, I would like to confirm with Chief Judge, Toastmaster John Zira. I cannot see him in the room. If the contest results have been finalized. No, the results. All right. I hereby, reluctantly, adjourn the evaluation speech contest. I hereby adjourn the evaluation speech contest. This is as per the Toastmasters International guidelines before we move on to the next session. I want to call upon MC Extraordinaire, Toastmaster Eric. I didn't step on your lap.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, help me appreciate Toastmaster Erastus, the Chief Judge, Toastmaster John Zira. You know, if you've never met John, you might not recognize him because he's lost in his beard. He has some eyes peeping through some hair. And we also appreciate the adept team of role takers, that's the essays, timekeepers, and everybody who's worked to make sure that was a great contest. Well, at this point of the program, I am motivated by there's a community we have in Kenya called the Luyas. The Luyas are stout. They are strong and stout individuals. And there's many things we celebrate about them. They have a famous quote. And this quote goes like this: no matter what you feel, eat first. or no matter how you're feeling, eat fast. So, and that's exactly what you're going to do at this point. We want to break for lunch. But just before I point you to where lunch will be, after lunch we'll have 3 exhilarating education sessions. We'll have an education session right here on the future of communication with artificial intelligence. That's a future of where all of us are going. Joanne Bessia, Toastmaster Joanne Bessia, will be moderating that great session. We have 2 other sessions happening online. We have a session on coaching. If you have an interest in coaching, this is a good session for you to attend. And we have another one on storytelling and personal branding workshop. We have 2 gentlemen here who have secluded a room. So it's going to happen online, but there's a room that's going to be dedicated for any one of us who wants to go and listen in to the conversation on coaching and storytelling. So for the coaching, for people interested in the education session on coaching, you're going to be with Kevin. Oh, yes, Kevin. Kevin is, that's Kevin. Kevin will take us to the room there. It's called Ruaha. Is it Raha or Ruaha? Ruaha room. So Ruaha room, for anybody interested in coaching, then for the storytelling and personal branding workshop, you're going to be at Manyara conference room. And Shega from Ethiopia is going to be supporting us in that side. And the rest of us who are interested in the future of communication with AI are going to be right here. It's now 1:46, and you need to help me and the rest of the program get back on schedule. What's the fastest time that a Toastmaster can have lunch, practically? I know 2 hours is a good idea, but it will not support us. All right? Can we attempt to do, let's see. So there is 30 minutes. Any other proposal on the table? 45? So 1 hour. The 1 hour is traditional. We're trying to have something that is more efficient. So can we vote between 30 minutes and 45 to see which one takes the day? So wait, this is how we'll do it. It's not the most effective way to vote, but it works for events. It's called the vote of acclamation. In Kiswahili, it's called Nduru Awards. So when I say 30 minutes, all the 30-minuters will scream. You'll say, yes! But you can't scream twice. You can only vote once. And I'm counting on our first value, which is integrity, to guide us. You can't vote twice. So do not put your voice twice. We'll have 30 minutes, then 45. The one with the loudest screams will take the day. Are you ready? So all in favor for 30 minutes, say aye. Makori, you tried. You gave it a good fight. All in favor for 45 minutes, say aye. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45 minuters have it. So it's now 1:50. We will be back at, somebody help me. Wait. 2:35. Lunch is served on first floor, and your lunch vouchers are either already in your hand or you'll get them on your way out. See you at 1:35. Bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch.
Recording stopped.
Indeed, my online people, are we still here?
are going to be here discussing the future of communication with artificial intelligence. I would like all our moderators to take their position. There's two that are online and one that will be facilitating here. So without further ado, let me introduce our moderator for the artificial intelligence session.
My good friends, because at the physical location, they're also moving. If you can go to the bottom of your screen where there's breakout rooms. If you click on that, you'll see the options that are available. So we have two options. You could either go, what has been said as coaching as well as monetizing, that's the same place. So that is the same place. And then you can be left in this room if you want to listen to the future of communication with artificial intelligence. So if you're interested in the future of communications with AI, do not join any of the breakout rooms. Otherwise, if you're able to just click on the breakout rooms at the bottom of your screen, then you can choose where you want to go. Maureen, are we okay? Is that okay? Can you move between rooms? No, but there will be recordings for each of the rooms later on, so you cannot move between rooms as the sessions continue. Maureen, fantastic. I see you're good. I see people leaving. Good stuff. All right, so if you're staying here, it means you want to stay for the future of communications with AI.
All right, John Bessia. John Bessia is artificial intelligence guru. She'll be telling us a lot more about what she's doing and why we all need to get excited about artificial intelligence. Beverly Nambonzo, you know what, Beverly M will be supporting us with coaching.
That's on the left.
Jerry Gavi, DTM, with personal branding and storytelling. Joanne, welcome. And if you're making your exit to the other rooms, now is the moment. Here's your chance. Please make your way. Joanne, please help me welcome Joanne Bessia.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. No, you do not seem like people who are just from lunch. Come on, let's support each other. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Teacon 2023. Better, stronger, together. So I'm so glad to be here at the Teacon 2023 facilitating artificial intelligence, more or so for communication. My name is Joanne Bessia. I can say I have learned, at least I've taken time to learn and understand artificial intelligence and its application in businesses, its application in education and diverse industries in mostly Africa. And we're going to have a great session of panelists. I'd like to welcome them to the stage. We have Mr. Suresh Kumar. Kindly join us at the stage. Please clap for him. We have Ms. Kathy Coit. Please clap for her, a wonderful woman. And then we have Mr. Terence Were. Mr. Terence Were, please join us at the seats. So glad to have you. Thank you. Just give me a moment. I'd like to test one more thing.
So ladies and gentlemen, before I begin, I'd like to play a short video so that we can have an overview. I know we are knowledgeable people, right? So what we're going to do, how the session is going to run, number one, we are going to interact with this wonderful panel through a question and answer session through myself, and then they will be given an opportunity to demonstrate how artificial intelligence would work, and then finally they will leave us with one word or two in regards to artificial intelligence that has impacted them. And then at the end of the session, this is the time where if you had any questions and any comments, just put them down. I'm going to give the audience an opportunity to engage with the panelists that are right in front of us. All right, that is understandable. So I'll ask the media team if we have a video, we go ahead and play. Is it okay? Can I play from me? Okay. Let me play from my laptop. Does not have sound. Switched it off.
Artificial intelligence, or AI for short, is a branch of computer science. It deals with the stimulation of intelligent behavior in computers. AI is a suite of technologies where machines automatically learn and adapt to a specific environment. Artificial intelligence is playing a major role in industry, businesses, society, and even in our everyday lives. From deep learning to natural language processing, we interact with AI in one way or another on a daily. Everyone is talking about artificial intelligence today. But what is it? How and when is it going to have an impact in our lives? Artificial intelligence, or AI for short, is a branch of computer science. It deals with the stimulation of intelligent behavior in computers. AI is a suite of technologies where machines automatically learn and adapt to a specific environment. Artificial intelligence is playing a major role in industry, businesses, society, and even in our everyday lives. From deep learning to natural language processing, we interact with AI in one way or another on a daily basis, sometimes without realizing we are doing it. Robots can now take on many of the most repetitive jobs performed by humans with more accuracy and much faster. But robots are not the only ones with embedded AI. AI will let humans switch to more skillful and better jobs. It only requires some training in new skills. But isn't life a constant learning process after all? Humans will be able to work less hours, having more free time to enjoy life, family, hobbies, and friends. Consumer examples of AI today: Amazon's Alexa and Samsung's Bixby, responding to voice command. Netflix, recommending programs based on the user's viewing history and preferences. Business examples of AI today: virtual assistants for responsive customer service, machine learning algorithms for better analysis of business performance, smart robotics for more efficient supply chains. Today, these simple and early examples of AI belong to what we now call narrow AI. Narrow AI are systems designed by humans to carry out specific tasks. In the future, data growth, greater computational power, 5G networks, increasingly mature cloud platforms, and more sophisticated software will move AI to the next level. General AI, but not so fast. Before we get there, there are challenges to overcome. Concerns over data, system bias, and security top the list. For 54% of business leaders, the primary aim of deploying AI is to free staff for higher value work. 65% of business leaders today are considering or piloting AI projects. It will take 3 to 5 years for those AI projects to become a reality. It means there is enough time to learn new skills and be ready for 2024. The global AI market is forecast to reach a valuation of over $3 trillion by 2024. But before that happens, there is plenty we have to learn before we can co-live and co-work with AI.
So it's in my view, AI is a very dangerous, or it's a useful tool or a dangerous tool depending upon how you're going to use it. Well, 50 years back when the computers were introduced, this is what people thought, but then we are over here still using computers efficiently, and I'm sure 50 years hence, we'll still be using artificial intelligence quite efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was profound. I love the fact that you made us aware our mobile phones know more than we know ourselves. I don't know if you noticed that, because sometimes back, I was being asked by a friend of mine, how do these people of the internet know more than I know? How did they get this information? Please note that all the information, when you asked for login details, when you put your name, when you put your email address, when you put in your phone number, you have given a lot of information to the internet, and that is how it comes to know about you. And that is, I think, what Mr. Suresh is articulating, that the mobile phone knows more than what we are. And speaking about a lot of information, that brings the topic of data. Our data expert, Mr. Terence Were, please tell us more about data and its connection to artificial intelligence, according to your experience, and also what it means today to either the gadgets that we use or the mobile phones, more specific.
Thank you, Moderator John. It's an honor to be here among you this morning for the Teacon 2023. Whenever I talk about AI, I think of very simple things. For instance, as has been mentioned before, the phone. Anytime, for those who have the face unlock, anytime you go to unlock your phone, it has to recognize your face. That is a machine exhibiting a feature that is like human-like, because it has to compare several images to get your actual facial expression. Then to the next level, when you log into your social media sites like Facebook, Twitter, or any other, the suggestions you get are based on things you've done before. You may think, for instance, there are times when you sit down and think or talk about something you would like to try. You could be talking about a movie that you've just heard from a friend. Then the next time you log into your Netflix, you see it as the suggestions, among the suggestions. That is data at work. The companies behind that have probably collected data on you about the things that you've talked about, the things you've searched on the internet, and they are able to now bring it back to you in form of suggestions. And apart from that, now when you go and take actions online, could it be you liking other people's statuses or doing something or performing an action or sharing your images or your videos, for instance, for this event? The hashtag today is Teacon 2023. Better, stronger together. Don't forget to use that hashtag. The moment you do that, you'll see more suggestions. You'll see the people in this room, people who are following the same, or who are in the same mindset. You'll be able to get that. And all that comes from the data that is collected from the actions that you take and the interactions that you have with different machines. I remember when I was in campus, that was back in around 2012. That's the first time I was hearing so much about AI. Back then we were asking ourselves if a fridge will one day be able to know that your milk is running low and that you need to order the milk from a certain supermarket. What are the opportunities that we stand to gain as marketers? That was my perspective back then. Now a lot has happened, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. Right now you can see vehicles that can drive themselves by learning the behavior of other road users, being able to predict the actions and the behavior that we are going to exhibit when we are on the road with it. And you've seen even a whole vehicle driving itself and being stopped by a police and continuing on to stop and behaving like a human being. That is AI, and that is the future we are likely to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Terence. And that's a phenomenal experience, because right now, I don't know about Dar es Salaam, but Kenya, that is yet to happen, but I can assure you, in the next 2 or 3 years, I don't know what you and I are going to do when we have vehicles driving themselves. I don't know, but just by a show of hands, would you enter a vehicle when you're not a driver? Just a show of hands. Truth be told, countable though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you would. I don't know about that, Terence. And it's something that we are yet to see, but that is the power of artificial intelligence. And I'd like to go back to Mr. Suresh, right? Just tell me, let me quote something for you. Because I know we're discussing this back and forth, and I know the technologies we're talking about, artificial intelligence, is very exciting. And at this particular level, we basically understand what artificial intelligence is, and all of us are using it in one way or the other. But tell me about this. Technology is a useful servant, but a dangerous master. Please comment about that.
Absolutely. Technology is definitely a very useful servant, because if you're able to use it efficiently to get it do what you want, it's definitely a good servant. But if you're not able to use it properly, it can definitely be a monster unleashed. In the sense, can you imagine now, today you have robotic software which is able to think, predict, analyze much faster than anybody can. Can you imagine the future in terms of, let's take a simple thing like an actuarial science. Actuarial science is one of the most difficult subjects of all the subjects, and that's the reason you have the number of qualified actuaries in the world are hardly few, possibly run into just a few thousands. But the artificial intelligence, the role of an actuary can be totally replaced. Artificial intelligence can really do calculations much faster than anybody can do. It can give you the predictive models way ahead of it. Now, if you're not able to use it properly, can you imagine a situation? In fact, I was reading about a particular artificial intelligence system which can, suppose if you are watching they had given a scenario wherein a person was asked to watch a picture of a giraffe, and they had implanted on his head to find out as to what exactly. From the image which has been there, they are able to reflect back almost an accurate image of a giraffe. That means they are able to read into your mind. That was the final frontier. That was the only space we had for ourselves, which we could have called it independent, wherein whatever I am thinking, none of you know. But the luxury is no longer there. Yeah. Now, can you imagine the situation wherein if this can be used by a dictator or someone else to really enslave everybody to their own thoughts? So it's a very dangerous situation if we are not able to control the current growth of AI.
Yes, Mr. Suresh, and that is interesting. Even before you give away the mic, that triggered a question that I've been asking myself. I don't know, is this the technology for Elon Musk? The one that is developing in a way that if you're seated there and just project what you're thinking on the screen, shows exactly what is happening? Is that what Elon Musk is?
It's a very similar one, yes.
It's a similar one. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And I believe that artificial intelligence can be a monster, as well articulated by Mr. Suresh, if you do not know how to control it. And I'm so curious, I want to know from Kathy, who has been in IT since the 1969. I'm not going to give her my age, but trust me, I don't think I knew I was coming to this world. Kathy, in your experience and engagement, and I know you have seen from how it has been and how scary it was through generations up to today. I'm so curious from you, how has the emergence of technology been, for example, a scare? Just in the same quote, how has the emergence of technology been a monster, possibly? Has it been a monster to you or an opportunity, based on what you know?
Okay, thank you. how has technology, well, the opportunities for technology have been amazing for me and for anybody. But I want to just, if I may, turn this around slightly and talk about how we're so scared that AI is going to change us. I remember the time when we said we would all end up with paperless offices. I don't know about anybody else's office, but mine now has more paper in it, I think, than before. And I have all the sheets look exactly the same, and they've all got writing on them, and I can't tell what is what. Whereas in the old-fashioned paperwork days, we used to have green files and blue files and pink files, and now we don't have that color coordination on these sheets of paper that the printer turns out. So I'm a little wary of being worried about where the future is going, because I remember, well, I don't remember, but my parents can tell me about the time when they said that if you drove over 35 miles an hour on a train, we were all going to die. And that certainly hasn't happened going to space. So I'm going to be the thorn in the side on this one and say, yeah, AI could kill us, but AI may not. And I really feel, from my point of view, that there's been, technology has helped us a lot. We still have to do very much the same thing. That we all still have to work. I'm worried, they said that just by having online, we would all not have to go to work again. They said that the computers would take all of our jobs away, and they've created more. So I'm going to put that one back to you. Though if I may just have one final word about the driverless cars. At least the AI has not been to the pub for four beers before it gets in the car. I think an AI driver might be a lot safer than many.
But Kathy, just to be honest and honest with the audience, would you drive a car that has no driver?
Yes.
Would you?
I think it's a lot safer than most of the drivers I've been with, particularly in my chosen home country at the moment. Sorry, Kenyans.
I don't know if I should agree with you or not, but I'll leave it to the audience to think about that. And I want to jump right to Terence, and I know he's funny because we know about data right now. They call it the oil of tomorrow.
Yes.
Is that correct? Comment on that statement.
Yes, and even as I do that, I am here at this conference mainly because of Udly. I know most of you have heard about Udly. In that same discussion about AI, Udly is an AI-powered speech coach. You can consider it your backup or your coach, the assistant coach, where you share or you have your first draft of your Hello? It's back. Thank you. Udly would be considered your backup speech coach. It's like having two coaches in a club or in a normal Toastmasters setting. For those who are non-Toastmasters, we normally have mentors. Now imagine as a Toastmaster being able to share with your mentor several versions of your speech before receiving any evaluation on that. That's the opportunity that we get with Udly. And apart from that, you are also able to learn to speak fluently. You'll notice most of the people who have spoken up here were really careful or cognizant of their pauses, necessary or unnecessary, and also just being able to practice and perfect their art. Now, when I come back to data, Udly also assists you to collect the data on your speech. You're able to have a transcript of your speech, and from there you can pick out the strong words. For instance, in such an occasion, the main theme would be better, stronger, together. Udly will have a transcript, and you'll see how many times the words better, stronger, together have been used by different speakers, and if you're just doing it for yourself, you're able to analyze the participation and the outcome of this session. Apart from that, you're also able you're able to get a sense, or you are able to now such things like that, they are necessary pauses. All of them are recorded and you get the analytics. Over and above that, you move now to the level where you test yourself on the different areas or the different aspects of your speech structure and delivery. Thank you. Back to you, John.
Thank you, Terence. And I love the fact that you brought about Udly. And this could be a pink elephant in the room because we are Toastmasters. We communicate every day. We seek our mentees or our mentors information on how we are making a speech. But now we have artificial intelligence to do that and complement our mentors. I'm going to get right back to you on Udly. I want us to talk about the biggest pink elephant in the room. And I know, and I'm very sure I can read the guilty faces of in this particular audience. ChatGPT. Who has not used ChatGPT to write an email? Who has not used ChatGPT to write a proposal? This is something that's in the mainstream that is working right now in tremendous ways. And the beautiful part is that we have Mr. Suresh to break it down and tell us how that is related to what we do right now, mostly communication. Over to you, Mr. Suresh.
Thank you. One of the objectives of communication is to persuade people. Right. And we have to persuade people, whether in our family, organizations, society, friends. We constantly persuade people because we need to make them understand as to where we want them to go, what we want them to do as we want to do. And the power of persuasion or the communication can come only because when you have the knowledge, the skill, and the ability to speak well. In the past, the knowledge and skill used to come from either with learning or interacting with people or going to referring books. Obviously, the days when you had to refer to something, you had to go to a physical library, search an encyclopedia, take out the information. All that changed when the World Wide Web came, wherein information was available instantly. And that availability of the instant information was possible through search engines. And all of us are aware of Google. Everybody says, isn't it? Whatever you want to do it, search it on the Google. Google virtually knows as to it's able to search the entire web hundreds of millions of billions of pages and give you the right information. This was all right till last year. Late last year, what Google used to do was Google used to give you the websites wherein you can go and search for the relevant information. Last year, and Google, of course, obviously was omnipotent. They made billions of dollars because they were able to monetize it well. And I don't think even Google saw it coming when ChatGPT came in late last year. And what did ChatGPT do? Very much what search engine Google does. But instead of giving you a list of websites, it gives you the entire text as to what you want. So if you want to write a CV for a particular job, you put in the job description, you put in your skills, and you ask the ChatGPT to do a CV for you. They have a CV, which you just go, correct it, and send it off to your employer. You want to do your classwork? ChatGPT is there. You want to write a creative poem? ChatGPT is there. You want to do something, if you're a programmer, you have again the code, ChatGPT is there. I mean, the way ChatGPT has grown, just as an information, in November 2022, when ChatGPT was launched, it was launched in November 2022. In December, it had 266 million people using it on a monthly visitors. January, it went to 1 billion. February, 1.8. March, 2.5. April, 3.2. May, 3.9 billion people visited the website for ChatGPT. Wow. Now, Google really felt that they are being sort of a sidetracked, so they brought in their own ChatGPT version called Bard. And Microsoft also upgraded their Bing to resemble what is ChatGPT. The only challenge with all these things, because this is a a learning tool. It learns from our own conversations, our own things, and it is able to give out things to you in a much, much better, with a much more clarity, with less grammatical errors, in much more concise way if you want to. So if you want to do a next Toastmasters speech, you don't have to really spend time researching it. Just go and put it, this is the objectives, this is what I want to do. Lo and behold, thank God it cannot come and deliver it on your behalf. At least not yet.
Mr. Suresh, that's phenomenal, and that's quite interesting, because then that leads me to this question, and allow me to ask this to Kathy before we play her video. Yes, I'm going to play that immediately after this, just in 1 minute. Do you think ChatGPT is rendering our skills irrelevant?
I'm sorry.
Just in 30 seconds.
Is ChatGPT?
Yes, based on that, the fact that we can write our own speeches and, get a lot of information from it. Do you think it's rendering our skills irrelevant?
I've always had bad skills, so I think it's lovely. Let's be honest. I failed my English language I don't know how many times, so I think it's lovely that I can actually write. It can do it for me. So that's, and I know I'm getting messages here because I'm an SAA getting wind up.
No, thank you.
Unfortunately.
No, thank you, Kathy, for that. And I really want us to go straight to your video, if you don't mind.
Yeah, because it's a beautiful way of summing up what's been happening.
I know. Is that okay if we go
yeah,
ahead
please.
and play it? Okay, there's a video that Kathy wanted me to play. In just 1 minute. I hope that it's basically summing up what Kathy's vision, or rather information about. Let me see if I can control that. Is there a way to control that? Room up to now. That's the video actually. Just No, it's okay. Kathy will share it. It's not a problem, if that's okay. All right, so as we wind up, because of the time factor, I'd like to still go back to Kathy. For this audience, if they are to leave with anything at all, for everything that we have discussed, what will be your last word to them? Positive, negative, anxiety notes?
Okay.
What would be your opinion about artificial intelligence to the audience today?
My future wish is that whoever's doing the intelligence on the text predicting on my WhatsApp messages, could you please not mistype them quite as often as they do at the moment? I was trying to think of a good example, but it's probably rude. I was trying to tell somebody I was shooting something, but it had an I instead of an O, and it didn't come out too well. So that's what I just want. Could the text prediction be a little bit more what I'm thinking rather than what I'm typing?
Thank you. Is that come on, let's give her a clap. That makes sense, and that's more realistic. Thank you, Kathy, for that. Mr. Suresh, about ChatGPT, and I know you have a lot of information about that. We are all using it. I'm using it, all right? And we are going to use a lot of it. What is your message to the audience today in regards of its usage, its opportunity, and possibly its overuse?
Is a choice. There's no choice. I think, we have to accept that the technology is here. If you don't use it, you become redundant. So my suggestion would be I would continue to use it to my benefit, but at the same time, I wouldn't let my reasoning take over that. I would use it as a reference tool. I will use it to create something which for me, but then I would still add my own creativity to that so that it becomes a tool for me to use which eases up my time rather than it making me dependent on it.
Absolutely.
Please let's give Mr. Suresh a clap on that. Use it as a reference, use it to complement it, but never use to abuse it. Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh. Terence Were, please let the audience know about the knowledge that you have in Udly, and I'm sure everyone is so curious about its usage. And by the way, after this meeting, Mr. Terence is able to demonstrate how Udly works. I believe he's going to communicate where he's going to be after this session for anyone who has a question on that. Mr. Terence, your last words regards to Udly, regards to artificial intelligence, and what you want the audience to live with today.
Thank you. Most of us are faced with a challenge every other day. Sometimes it's as simple as getting suggestions, not even the solution, but getting suggestions.
Right.
Udly is here to complement our mentors and help us get the feedback immediately. I encourage you to take a moment, try it. I've not had a chance to demonstrate, but I'll be outside there. I'll set up at one of the stations so that you can come and test it for yourself. So I welcome you to try it and use it and make the best out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please let's give a clap to Mr. Terence. Remember, if you want to know about artificial intelligence, ask questions. Make it your partner, not a tool that works for you, but work with it. And finally, ask the right questions and give it suggestions as you continue complementing and also learning about artificial intelligence. It has been a wonderful session. Please, audience, let's give our panelists the last clap. Thank you very much, Kathy. I appreciate your feedback. Mr. Suresh, that was wonderful. Mr. Terence Were, absolutely amazing skills, artificial intelligence, more so Udly. So I want us to open up at least 3 minutes for 3 questions from the audience regarding artificial intelligence, and allow me to stand on this so that I'm able to manage the panel, the question session. So I've seen the first question. I had the first question. Sorry. Yes, just 2 minutes and then we. Yes, please. I can see a hand from behind there. Yes, sir. Please ask your question, and then tell us. Do you have a microphone? And also tell us to which panelist you'd like the question to be answered by. Thank you. Yes. Please go ahead. Yes, sir. The man in glasses, right? Tell us your name. Yes. Please go ahead. No, don't sit.
Okay.
Yes.
My name is Dennis B. Right. I'm an engineer by profession, and I'm also a business innovation expert. So what I wanted to ask Madam, she's seated on the right. I didn't get her name, but you are not loud enough.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I actually heard your story, and it's very, very interesting. One question I wanted to ask, how are you able to really change or to adapt from the old technology until today you are able to speak about AI, yet from 19-something to this time when you've been practicing IT and doing what you do, how are you able to really adapt? Because
yes, I hear you.
In my field of experience, because like I told you, I'm an innovation expert, when we try to explain to the people of your age about AI, about computing, it's very difficult actually. It's like you are trying to feed a chicken from the back.
I can hear you, but I was involved in computers right from the start, so it's changed very gradually. And I'll have to say one thing, you have to be flexible.
Yeah.
Some people can do it, some people can't. And I think it depends on the personality rather than the age.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just my second and last question. Thank you so much. So you're saying you're actually trying to bend back and trying to really do a lot of reading or something like this. Correct. Now, my next question is to Mr. Suresh. Just my last question. I don't want to take a lot of time. You've talked about two things. Your last comment was about reasoning and not AI. You try to use reasoning and not AI. As we all know that by 2050, 75% of the jobs that are being done by humans now will have been taken by AI. So, if you're talking about reasoning, I would think, or I would put it to you that basically you may have to, the current population have to look for something else to do other than what they are doing now. Do you agree or not agree?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at even 200 years back when the machine started, there were a lot of jobs out of gone. But we are still alive. 50 years back when the computers came, this is what everybody thought. There will be jobs gone and things like that. Yet we are all here. 50 years down the line in 2050, which is only 25 years, 27 years ago, it will be the same thing because the human being's tenacity is much higher. Our resilience is much higher. We'll definitely adopt ourselves to the new requirements and the new calling will be there. Things will go on. Nothing to worry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just my last comment would be...
allow me, sir, to give other people chances. So because
thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Appreciated. The gentleman in specs, and then one more question so that we can give time. Right.
Yes, absolutely.
One more from this side as well. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to actually thank the panelists and the moderator for this session as well. This is very important, especially the AI and all. So my name is Jonas. I am from Ethiopia, current president for the Blue Nile Toastmasters International there. I think, well, my question also relates with Dr. Kathy, but I don't think she's here. But regardless, with the emerging AI currently, I think there's a lot of growing fear with the human as well. Of course, to some, briefly you've mentioned it. I mean, first I wanted to mention there's a job loss, and then with the job loss obviously comes with the economic disruption, and then a criminal activity at the same time. I am a communication individual, and I work as a researcher as well. To work as a research, to work on a simple research article, it will take me like 3 days. But as you mentioned with ChatGPT and other platforms, it will take like what? Just 1 or 2 minutes for that matter, honestly. So this raises a question, which is if somebody writes this research, or it could be any speech, what about the credibility as well? So where's the trust in that? And then the second thing as well, I felt like we're losing ourselves. And then the moderator mentioned the mobile knows more than we know ourselves. From time to time, I surfed on TikTok, and then this videos that I don't even know that I like, they come to me, and I was thinking, how is this possible? And then you mentioned, Dr. Suresh, we need to use them properly, but I think they're already there. So what do you mean by properly? I wanted you to define it, actually. I know technology is helping us a lot. We came this far through technology and the AI, but the job loss is real. So I think in terms of mitigation, if there's any advice that you could give us, and then maybe what is your prediction? Where is this going as well? So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that question. Allow me to direct this to Mr. Terence Were. I hope you've understood the question. The first is, what trust do we have right now on the technology in artificial intelligence? And the other questions is asked.
Thank you. I will address the first one of the part of trust. There is an AI tool whose name I can't remember that I used to do a research, and it was able to outline all the sources under the footnotes and all that. I think I will share it in the groups so that we are able to use, for research purposes, we are able to use those AI tools that are recommended for those fields, right? So that even when you use AI, you are able to give or to follow due process. Because any research that you do, you need to reference the sources. I remember when doing my project in Toastmasters, I had to mention sources. And I have used that same procedure even when giving feedback. Whenever I quote someone, I must quote, or whenever I use a quote, I must give credit to the person who wrote it. And there's that AI tool that enables you to not only get the sources, but also to reference them in the format that is required. The second question, can you just repeat it, please?
About job losses, should they be worried?
This has been said several times, and I also believe it. I should not be worried about job losses. First, I'll tell you, as I have moved from marketing, now I am a data analyst. Marketing is still very wide. There are so many opportunities, but I believe data science and data is the big future of this world. You can imagine what those people back in the day used to say, that when we get machines, all the farmers will now have to, all those labor workers or laborers will have to move away. Yes, it happened to some extent, but now there are new jobs being created, and the new jobs created are even more, they are much, I can say they are more in terms of numbers. You can imagine for instance, for each vehicle that you talk about being manufactured to run on its own, there's a whole chain behind that, and it's all job creation. To maintain those systems, because they are not going to be, in as much as it's AI, it's going to still rely on the same energy sources. There is that whole supply chain behind it. So in my opinion, I believe AI is here to complement humanity. It's not here to compete with humanity. Because at the end of the day, all of it leads to convenience and making the lives of human beings better. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Terence. I hope he has answered. Just for the next 2 minutes, as we wrap this session, we had one last question. Up to you, sir. All right. So we've been told that we cannot ask questions. However, allow me just to mention this, that in our forums, Mr. Terence, Mr. Suresh, and also Kathy are within the forums. If you have any further questions, please put it there, and they're able to answer. Unfortunately, sir, we are not able to continue with that. If you don't mind, kindly let us put that in the forum. Apologies about that. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. I would leave you with one word. Artificial intelligence is not going to replace you. But artificial intelligence, the people who know artificial intelligence are the people who are going to replace you. So think about that. Think about the skills that you ought to learn this year, and think about artificial intelligence. It was a pleasure to speak to you as your moderator.
Thank you, Joanne. Let's appreciate Joanne Mercia and her team. That's certainly a very fascinating conversation about artificial intelligence. I mean, there's so many questions. Joanne, I think we need to have lunch, dinner, breakfast, so that we can take in all that and find out if 5 years from now we are going to lose our jobs or our relevance, and align accordingly. I also want to appreciate and help me appreciate online moderators, DTM Beverly, who is supporting the coaching session, and DTM Jerry Gabi, who was also supporting storytelling and personal branding. Let's appreciate them. Well done. In case I know you've taken many photos, please also take the liberty to use our hashtags as you put photos online. Our hashtags are hashtag Teacon 2023 and hashtag Better Stronger Together. So if you're taking those great photos, please tag our online pages. That's our Facebook, our Instagram. That's District 114, and our hashtag is Teacon 2023, hashtag Better Stronger Together. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now segue into the most exciting contest for me, that's a humorous contest, but I'd like us to do something in 5 seconds. Just rise up, kick your feet, stretch, then sit back down. It's important for your wellness. Just rise up, all right, kick your feet, all right, stretch your hands, give 5 people a high five, tell them we're getting into the best part of the day. Tell them the best part of the day is yet to come. If you're online, you can also do that. Rise up, stretch. Thank you very much. Let's be seated now. Let's be seated. That's for your wellness, your health and wellness.
Hello?
I didn't say you tell them stories, you give them stories. High five only. Please, let's be seated. Toastmaster Lucy Wanjiru, are you still online? Media team, can you connect me with my co-MC online? Media team, connect me to my
We're still here.
Oh, Lucy. How is the online experience so far, Lucy? Please put Lucy to the screen. Thank you.
Yes, Eric, we're here.
Awesome. Lucy, how are you finding the conference so far?
It is so interesting. It is packed with information and inspiration. You know, I went to both of those breakout rooms and man, the experiences, it is so enriching. I'm so grateful to be here.
Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, Arnold, Diane, Eminet. I know a lot of guys. Please, let's be seated. Please be seated. Great. As I said, we're moving on to one of the most exciting contests for me, which is the Humorous Contest. So get ready for your humor bone to be tickled. And I have the pleasure of inviting our contest chair, who's going to be inviting his team to come to the stage. Our contest chair was born in Tanzania among the Maasai people. His first occupation was that of a cattle herder. He went to school speaking only the Maasai language, ate beef, sometimes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and was so introverted that he could not address an audience at once. Today, he eats fish, speaks 4 languages, and has traveled to more than 40 countries and addressed thousands of people. He's a distinguished Toastmaster, a John Maxwell certified coach, a banker, a mentor, a trainer, and a speaker. He's also a TEDx speaker and coach. He currently works in South Africa. A fun fact about our contest chair is that he's a son from a loving family, a brother to 6 siblings, an uncle to more than 300 nieces. So this guy, if he was living in Kenya, he'd be called a Kuku Danger. He has more than 300 nieces and nephews, a husband of 1 wife. I thought there were more than that, but for the sake of the protocol, he declares 1 wife and a father of 3 daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the legendary DTM Oltesh Tobias. Welcome, Oltesh.
To the Toastmasters International President, the trio, fellow Toastmasters, and invited guests, good afternoon. Good afternoon. And for those who are joining us online in different time zones, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
Hello.
I'm serving as your contest chair for the Humorous Speech Contest, and I hereby call the Teacon 2023 Humorous Speech Contest District 114 to order. A warm welcome to you all for this exciting, very exciting Humorous Speech Contest. Now, like all the rule takers to be nearby, we want to do this really, really fast. And I would like to invite our SAA to read to us the TMI privacy policy. Please go ahead. SAA, be it online or from the room. Let's do it first. Thank you.
Thank you, Contest Chair, Toastmasters and guests. This being a speech contest, you will expected to observe certain guidelines. Number one, for those people who are online, we'll expect you to name as per the specified protocol. If you're a guest, that's a guest. If you're a Toastmaster, then your name. Secondly, we expect you to put your gadgets on airplane mode or switch them off. Thirdly, during the speech delivery, I will observe strictly no movement. And I have my team which will help me do this. Also, I also will be looking forward to further condition from the contest chair. So any other issues that come up, kindly consult the Sergeant at Arms. Back to you, contest chair.
Thank you very much, George. Today we have 6 contestants prepared to tickle our funny bones and leave stitches in our bellies. The contestants I've met all the contestants, they have met all the age eligibility requirements to participate in the contest and have certified this in writing. We have picked their order of speaking, and they have all been briefed accordingly. To start the contest, I would like to invite our Chief Judge, Bethlehem Nesibu, to explain the rules and judging criteria of the contest.
Thank you very much, Contest Chair DTM Aldridge. The contest will be guided by the general rules and procedures provided by the Speech Contest Rulebook by Toastmasters International. The Humorous Speech Contest will be judged solely based on the criteria provided by the Judge's Guide and Ballots, and this will be as follows. We shall be looking for 3 major areas. First will be the content, which refers to the way the speaker puts ideas together to the audience so that the audience can understand them, and the speaker's subject judgment of how his or their response came across, and that will account for 55%. Second will be delivery. It refers to the physical presentation of the speaker's response. It will also take the speaker's voice into consideration and will account for 30%. Third, and the last criteria will be the language, and this refers to the appropriateness and the correctness of the English language, and it will count for 15%. After each contestant finishes speaking, 1 minute of silence shall be observed so that the voting judges will record their votes. Finally, we shall receive 2 minutes of silence after the last contestant to allow the voting judges to cast their final ballot tally and submit it to the chief judge, me. Then with regards to protest and disqualification, number one, protests will be limited to eligibility, originality, and reference to another contestant's speech, and must only be lodged by voting judges and contestants. Any protests must be lodged with the chief judge, myself, and the contest chair, DTM Maltish. So it must be resolved prior to the announcement of the winner for this contest. So protests from the audience will not be considered. And finally, the winner will be announced once all the ballots are tallied and verified. That will be all, contest chair.
Thank you very much, Beth. Now I'd like to call the timekeeper. This is Anne Maria Nakimera, but we also have a timekeeper on the ground to just take us through the timing protocol, so they will be doing it concurrently. Anne?
Good afternoon, masters and guests. Any contestant is disqualified whose speech time is less than the minimum or more than the maximum time that I will share shortly. In all speech contests, no signal shall be given for the overtime period. In the event of technical failure or the signal of the signal or timing equipment, a speaker is allowed 30 seconds extra overtime before being disqualified. Timing begins with the contestant's first definite verbal or non-verbal communication with the audience. This usually will be the first word uttered by the contestant, but could include any other communication such as sound effects or a staged act by another person. All speeches delivered by the contestant must conform to the timing guidelines for the contest. The humorous speeches shall be from 5 to 7 minutes. A contestant will be disqualified if the speech is less than 4 minutes and 30 seconds or more than 7 minutes and 30 seconds. A green signal will be displayed at 5 minutes and remain displayed for 30 seconds. The yellow signal will be displayed at 1 minute, will be displayed 1 minute for 30 seconds and remain displayed. The yellow signal will be displayed at 6 minutes and remain displayed for 1 minute. The red signal will be displayed at 7 minutes and will remain on until the conclusion of the speech. Back to you, contest chair.
Thank you very much, Anne. Once again, this is a humorous speech contest. The order of speakers will be as follows. Kindly clap at the end. Please cheer them in your mother tongue. Elizabeth Orishapa, Arnold Orege, Emily Majeru, Hageri Walde, Rose Akoth, and Beldina Ochola. In terms of the process, the contestants will remain in the contest room, so there's no going out of the room. Before we continue, I would like to confirm that the SAA and our contestants are all in the room. Contestants, you're all in the room, right? Good. 1 minute of silence will be observed after each contestant deliver their speech to allow the judges to enter their ballots. Now, if we can just help each other on this one, don't clap when they finish speaking. Let us clap when the 1 minute of the judges, the ballot counters finishes. Are we together on that one? Thereafter, meaning at the end of the speech, then we can clap. And at the end of the last speech, we will observe 2 minutes of silence to allow the ballot counters and the judges to tally the votes. And when that is over, we will clap. As we prepare to listen to our contestants, I would like to remind all of you to remain silent, minimize movement. We have already heard that from the SAA. We are almost ready to begin. Who is ready? Contestants session. Our first contestant is Elizabeth Orishava. Contestant number 1, Elizabeth Orishava. Do you want to come forward? And as we clap for Elizabeth, I would request all the contestants just be nearby so that we can save time. Elizabeth, take up your speaking position and say, ready as your mic test. Ready?
Ready.
Do you see the timer? Can you see the timer?
Yes, I can see the timer.
Elizabeth Orishava, never give up your dreams. Never give up your dreams, Elizabeth Orishava.
Yes! I am here. Who ever knew? I love the words of Eugene Bell, Jr. Aspire to inspire before you expire, and you will understand why. In 1997, when I dropped out of primary school, my hope to education shattered completely. I did all sorts of jobs, from house girl to working in bars, working in kiosks, restaurants, washing people's clothes, washing toilets, gardening, with hope of earning a living. And I knew one day I would go to school. Never give up on your dreams. And in 2006, I enrolled in Form 1. I was 24 years old with a 5-year-old son. Everyone made me a laughing stock, particularly Hope. She was so good at backstabbing. And she was very happy while talking about it. And then she would even ask, why is she wasting her time? Why can't she go and get married? She would in fact refer to me as the old grandmother, going back to school with her grandchildren. By By show of hands, have you ever been ashamed and you felt that the ground should open and swallow you instead? That was the extent of my shame. But as the saying goes, where there is will, there is a way. It is 28 years today as I speak, after the demise of my both parents. But as I talk now, I am a graduate. I hold a postgraduate. I am a director of my own company, officially married to an engineer, with 3 children, 21 years old, 8 years old, and a 10-month-old baby. That is not all. And I work with the most prestigious organization in Uganda, the Uganda National Oil Company. Yes, this one. Toastmasters and guests, never give up on your dreams. Even if you have 1,000 hopes in your life putting you down, do not mind about the background noise. Even if you go through fire, through valleys, through mountains, through thorns, even if you have to crawl, just keep moving. Even if you have to sleep outside, just keep moving. At one point, I had no roof over my head. Always uphold the principle. Forward ever, backward never. Let's repeat the principle together, friends. Forward ever, backward never. And aspire to inspire before you expire. I want to tell you, your resilience, hard work, and determination will pay off one day. And now, when I go for our family gatherings, maybe on Christmas, I drive my big car and I make sure that Aunt Hope is seeing me. And then I drive. Then I peep in the window to see if she's seeing me. And then I put reverse even when it is not necessary. I go back. And then I bring back in front. And then I close the door. And then I get out. And then I open the door. And then I look at the tires. And then I see how she's looking at me. And then I go back into the car. As if I didn't do nicely. I start. I put the window down. And then I look at her. My dear friends, I am not doing this because I am feeling proud. Not at all. I am just trying to show her that words have power. Words have power, dear Toastmasters and guests. It depends on how you want to use them and perceive them. But the words anyone says to you can either make you stronger and mightier. And this is Elizabeth. Never give up on your dreams. Aspire to inspire before you expire. Whoever knew that an orphan girl at the age of 13 would board a plane from Uganda to another country, stand before a multitude of dignitaries and deliver a speech? Whoever knew? Let's continue to hope for the best. Do not allow anybody to put you down. Contest chair. No.
Thank you very much, Timer. Now we can clap to Elizabeth Rishiga. Our next contestant is Arnold Orege. Arnold, can you take up your speaking position, please?
Thank you very much.
Can you say ready?
Ready.
Can you see the timer, Arnold?
Yes, I can see the timer.
Arnold Orege, hot soup. Hot soup, Arnold Orege.
Do you normally find yourself in hot soup? Or ask yourself, why always me? Getting yourself into trouble is inevitable, whether you're looking for trouble or not. That's why people have the audacity to get married. Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests. I had a friend called Eze. Eze was married. He wanted to blow off some steam. So he texted the boys, let's go out for a drink. The results were negative. The boys are all doing homework with their children. Visa was denied. Eze thought to himself, before the government tax me, my wife tax me, and the children tax me, let me spend my money on myself. Go out and have a drink. Little did he know by doing that, the hunter was the hunted. You see, men consider themselves hunters, and they can be categorized in different, depending on their characterization. Eze was a lion. These are people who go to the gym, work out, look good, smell good, and when they go to the club, they roar by saying, hey, baby girl, and the girls will act with excitement. The other category are men who don't take no for an answer. They will insist, they will persist until you can no longer resist. This category is called the hyenas. Then there's a category of men who don't take their dates out. Instead, they pose somewhere strategically, and when you leave your date unattended, especially if you've not bought them shisha, they will quickly swap in and take your date. These are called the hawks. The last category is silver fox, people with white hair. These people can metamorphose themselves in anything a lady wants. Attention, they will give it. Money, they will flaunt it. In fact, they can even borrow your date for vacation and come back and tell you, you're a good man, we should have drinks sometime. But Eze thought to himself, he's that type. Today he just wants to go and drink. After all, he's a circus lion. The kind of people who, when they roar, at the sound of the whip, they obey their wife, masters. Eze took his, and he was approached by two ladies who said, can I join your table? To fast forward this story, the next day I received a phone call from Eze's wife. Hello? is Eze with you? Bro code dictates that I say, Eze is in a drunken stupor, but once he sobers up, I will ask you to call you back. But I knew Eze. Eze was not that type. So I told the wife, I'll call you back. Finding married people is so difficult compared to the single counterparts. Single people, they take photos of the signage, photos of their food, and even selfies in the back. You can always find them in the social media. But married people, they say one thing and do another. If they tell you they've gone to the car wash, it means they've gone to the bar. In fact, many of you here have been set for bread and milk, but you're in dark. Luckily for us, we managed to find Eze. A good Samaritan called and found himself in hospital. He had been drugged. And when he woke up, he saw the face of his angry wife, the stern policeman. And all Eze could think about was, I hope they found me with clean underwear. Toastmasters for trouble. But like yourselves, we always get ourselves into trouble. So how do you get yourself out of trouble? The first thing that you do is you have the right to remain silent. No matter what people tell you, say the truth. Don't say it. Hold your tongue. A good example of this is when you're in a lift, two people, and someone spoils the air. No one ever confesses it's them. You keep quiet and you wait for the door to open, and when you step out, everyone goes their own direction. I've never had anyone confess. Second point that you need to do is get yourself a die-hard friend. These are friends, no matter the excuse you give, they'll always back you up. An example is if you said, for example, teacher, the dog ate my homework. Your die-hard friend will be like, yes, I witnessed it. In fact, wait for the dog to poop and there was no sheet of paper. Finally, make the matter public opinion. If they don't believe you and your die-hard friend, because public opinion can make something that was black and white have a gray area. A good example is if you're found staring with your wife at a beautiful woman, all you need to tell her is that scientific research says men who stare at beautiful women live longer. However, if she comes back and tells you, why is it that men don't live long than their spouses? Refer back to rule number 1. Keep your mouth shut. Fellow Toastmasters and guests, life is like hot soup. You may ask the waiter that you want hot soup, but this means for you, you just want something hot. But the chef will add green chilies, red chilies, paprika, and make your soup so spicy. You will take one sip and your tongue will be on fire. Your nose will start running. You involuntarily cry. You start sweating profusely. Don't fret it. You're not going to die. In fact, tomorrow, you're going to still ask for your next bowl of soup. So whenever you get yourself into trouble, don't fret it. Because just wait for the next one. Next bowl of soup, bon appetit everyone. Contest chair.
Let's observe 1 minute of silence. Our next contestant is Emily Manjeru. Emily, can you take up your speaking position, please?
Okay, testing. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Bring it back a bit.
Can you say ready as you test your mic?
I'm ready.
Can you see the timer?
Yes, I can.
Emily Manjeru, Spa. Spa, Emily Manjeru.
When I was a little girl, pun intended, my friends observed that I am vertically discordant against my counterparts. She whispered to me, Emily, why don't you stand in the rain and then you grow taller? Every rainy season, I would stand feebly praying for just an extra inch of height above sea level. The only thing I would hear would be that thunderous voice of my mother saying, if you do not get back into the house, yeah? And when the mother says, yeah, you run as fast as your small legs would carry you home. Fast forward, and it's time I start a family of my own. I have a criteria, call it a prayer item, that the person has to be tall, dark, and handsome. I mean, really. I tried very many ideas. One time, I tried online dating. I found this glorious man with such intense eyes, such glaringly big chest, and the skin was so dark like ebony chocolate. And I wanted that one. Fortune favors the bold. I slid into the DM. One thing led to another. One, hello, hi, how are you doing? Hi, I'm fine. And we had a date. This Parkland Sports Club. A little white lie never hurt anyone. I walked in with gusto and confidence, and lo and behold, the entire hotel had Sina tabus. Call them, I have money. This is what we call, I have money. I got onto one high stool, and as I sat there, dangling my legs, Sauti Sol was raining. How long should I wait for your love, little mama? Hey, let me tell you, this is when he walked in. His eyes locked with mine in dreamy stare. His muscles tough as steel. His skin dark like ebony chocolate, even more his height. Think Idris Elba, only with a fuller head of hair. As he approached me, I remember locking eyes and staring until he told me, Emily, why don't you come down and, say hi? Seriously? Why don't you help me down? So he took my hand and I stumbled a bit when I was coming down. But he was reeling in laughter. Oh. Surely, Emily, when it rains, do you even get rained on? Because this water will have evaporated. You look like you do not even see into the future, because after all, you are below sea level. With every tease, I could feel him twist the knife of confidence in my chest. Every one of those moments reminded me of just how much I had gone through with bullying. I mastered the little self-assuredness I had, and I locked with his incredibly well-chested chest. But then I had to trace back to his eyes just so that I can have eye contact. I will keep this short and simple and sweet. I can tell that myopia is a shortcoming. I'm afraid I have to cut this stage short. And I walked out of there with confidence and no regret, knowing that no man shall terrify me anymore. And I was walking out. I started thinking, maybe it's time for spa. Spa kept ringing in my head. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, drum rolls, please. I introduce to you the Short People Alliance. The Short People Alliance Party, as I am the President, Secretary, and Secretary General of the Short People Alliance Party, we have a few petitions, and today I am launching a manifesto. You are witnessing history, ladies and gentlemen. Short People Alliance Party was conceived for people who are slightly above 5'4", but just below 5'5". So if you have a situation where your kitchen cutlery for the guest has not been touched for longer than 3 years, you are a member. If you have to find your clothes in the children's section and you're an adult, you are a member. And this is the time that we're going to petition Boeing so that they have an app. In case they feel a wave at the overhead cabin, they can just automatically open and we're able to get our luggage for us travelers. Ladies and gentlemen, the Short People Alliance Party has 3 key lessons for our members. Number 1, when they tell you that you sound taller than your voice and that you actually are, take it as a compliment and run. Number 2, if respect is no longer being served on the table, walk out. And my favorite of them all, we have our shortcomings. Short, tall, plus size, thin size. We have our insecurities. How about you accommodate one another? If you're taller, please support us. We love the support. If you're shorter, we are here for you. We'll do the running. We are built for speed and accuracy. Don't worry. As I conclude, our slogan says we are little dynamite because we come in small packages. We are big things. So when I say spa, you say little dynamite. Spa. 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 Contest chair. I need help. Thank you. I need help with the pops.
Thank you very much. Now a better clap for Emily. Our next contestant is Hageri Walde. Hageri, do you want to make your way to the stage? I see you have taken your speaking position. Can you say ready as you test your mic?
Ready?
Can you see the timer?
Yes.
Hageri Walde. Change the way you see things. Change the way you see things, Hageri Walde.
It was on a Friday. I had a very busy day in the office. An enormous task had to be finished before the end of the day. I even ate my lunch in front of the screen, which I don't normally like doing. Everyone in the office was stressed. Well, I ate my lunch and I went to the toilet to wash my hands. The toilet near my office is very clean and less crowded. Rows of mirrors welcome you as you enter the room. And the mirrors make the room look bigger and brighter. I usually go there when I need a break between my tasks. That day, though, the mirrors were not attractive to me at all. I looked so ugly with my face exhausted, my eyes strained, and my hair messed up. I wanted to wash my face, and as I was about to remove my glasses, a melodious sound penetrated my ears. Someone was using the toilet. But the moment this sound hit my ears, I felt the heavy weight removed off my shoulders. My face started glittering, and my teeth came out of their cages. Music normally entertains me, but in this case, the sensation was beyond entertainment. It was so authentic and profound. Ladies and gentlemen, I was very lucky that day. The sound came back again. Longer and sweeter to the ears this time. I wish I had the ability to put the volume a bit louder. And I wish I could stay longer and enjoy this music. But a sudden laughter escorted me outside the room. And when I arrived at my desk, the laughter went out of control. It just went contagious. And all my colleagues in the office, including the big boss, they surrounded me giggling. And they kept interrogating me to know what caused this excessive laughter. I couldn't pause to explain the situation. For that matter, I didn't have the courage to talk about it. It's just awkward. How can I tell my male colleagues about a phenomenon happened back in the ladies' room? It's not fair. However, after this incident, we really had a very productive and joyful afternoon. And we managed to submit the task on time. Even the following day, as I woke up from my sleep, I felt a trace of this joy in me, and I smiled again. And this particular moment reminded me of a quote by Dr. Wayne Dyer. Dr. Dyer is a renowned speaker, teacher, and author in the areas of self-development. What he said was, when you change the way you see things, the things you see change. What a remarkable quote. we always consider these sounds as a source of embarrassment, or we take them as taboo. Maybe it's due to the package they are coming with. But it's just a natural phenomenon. These are just built up of gases released from our digestive tract. So keeping in mind Dr. Dyer's perspective, I have 3 recommendations to make around these sounds. First, these sounds can be used as a means of therapy. The world is suffering from anxiety and depression. Even all of us here, we don't know it, but we experience it every so often. So why don't we frequent nearby toilets and check if the sounds are beeping? Second, these sounds can contribute a lot to the music industry. Beautiful beats can be extracted from these sounds. Maybe what we can do is, for example, we can hide sound recorders in the ceilings of the toilets, and we can fetch these sounds. That way, we can protect the confidentiality and the authenticity of the owners. And third, it can be a potential research topic. Experts might have identified foods which can cause these sounds, but I don't think they went further to tell which sounds can produce stronger beats, and maybe which ones can give us a softer and rhyming beats, or maybe which one get just wilder. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you here might be in the music industry, or you might be a health professional or a researcher. Please entertain this noble idea. It might be you who can take this idea to the next step. But let's agree on one thing. The patent is solely mine. Back to you, contestant. Thanks.
Thank you, Gary. Rose Akot, looks like you're ready on your speaking position. Can you say ready as you test your mic?
Ready.
Can you see the timer?
Yes, I can see the timer.
Rose Akot, keep hope alive. Keep hope alive, Rose Akot.
Melissa Joy once said, if plan A fails to work for you, the alphabet has 25 more letters. You and I obviously have these big dreams that we really want to achieve in life. But the important question is, what happens if we fail to achieve the dreams?
Contest chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. My name is Rose Akoth from the beautiful county of Siaya in Kenya, the land of many heroes like myself, and of course home to my cousin Barack Obama in the US. I am a business lady, an employee, and a mother. I am a mother of two. Augustine, who is now 11 years old, and Victoria, who is 7 years old. Augustine is this kind of a boy who is very polite. Then he has the most difficult questions in the world. Questions like, Mom, why is ugali never tasty? Or, Mommy, does God in heaven have a mother? I am still looking for those answers. Victoria is bold and confident, but then she's a very bad bully. I'm yet to know whose genes she took after. Growing up, I was this kind of a girl who was always energetic, hyper, always on the move. I loved going from point A to point B, and with that, I wanted to become a flight attendant so that I could travel the whole world. But just before I applied for this job, a friend of mine came and she discouraged me. And guess what she said? Rose, you have a big behind. And that will automatically disqualify you. And just like that, a dream was shattered. The audience at the back, do you agree what my mama gave me is still intact? Please, if you cannot, just blame the current economy. It's not my fault. Growing up, ladies and gentlemen, the most difficult year of my life was 2017. This is the year that the love of my life, the only father to my two children, the man who used to call me baby girl, a girl Toto, rejected me and vamoosed to greener pastures. I was heartbroken, torn into pieces. I could not believe it. And suddenly, I turned to something else. Back at work, I was making 1,000 of mistakes. At home, I was starving my two children. And at one point, I got tempted and looked back at my behind. And I said, I thought in Africa, this was quite something. But how did he vamoose? But as they say, no situation is permanent. I sought for help, and wow, I love the woman I am becoming. You see, I had really yearned to be a flight attendant, but now I am a business lady who sells indigenous delicacies. I had really left myself looking horribly, but
How do you see me right now? Am I not glowing? Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to share with you. Are you there, always regretting your life? Asking so many questions, why me? Why is my life not moving forward? Please, don't give up and keep hope alive, because even the sky has a silver line. But just before I leave the stage, as you can see, I'm still very young and single. And therefore, I'm looking for a rich husband. And so far, so good. I have spotted about 60 of them. I'm not going back to Kenya until somebody does something. Contest chair.
Thank you very much. A clap to Rose. And for single men in the house, looks like you did not observe 1 minute of silence. Let us remember that.
Kikombe ni gani?
Contestant number 6, Beldina Ochola. Can you take your speaking position? Thank you. Ready to test your mic?
Ready.
Can you see the timer?
Pardon?
Can you see the timer?
Yes, I can see the timer.
Beldina Ochola, life's journey, Beldina Ochola.
Hooray! Hooray! That is the feeling I felt when I was awarded a Commonwealth scholarship to go and study in the UK. My dear audience, have you ever had a feeling that really made your heart to feel so excited? Have you? That was me. So when the day arrived, I packed my suitcase, ready to board the plane. I was full of excitement, at the same time, the fear of the unknown. This is a village girl who had never been in a plane before. So you can imagine, I was excited and at the same time, really worried. So I boarded the plane, took my seat, sat down, and the moment the plane took off, my heart started beating so fast, I thought it was going to come out. And then it was calm. I was able to sit back and enjoy my flight. I was eating, sleeping, watching movies. Contest chair, distinguished guests, and my fellow Toastmasters. I reached Heathrow International Airport, the airport that I just used to read about. So I came out of the airport. I had to use an escalator. I had never used the escalator before. So I went cautiously, trying to step onto the escalator. Boom! My suitcase fell down, and the staff had carried from Kenya maize flour, sardine, the tiny little dry fish that in my language we call omena, came out, fell down on the floor. And as I bent to pick them, I heard, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I came face to face with English Premier League hooligans. In fact, one of them was almost stepping onto my sardines, the omena, yeah? He looked at them as if they were insects. Yet to me, this is a delicacy. I didn't mind him. Put my things back into the suitcase, zip them, and here I was, struggling so hard to get my balance onto the escalator. Yet these English Premier League hooligans were just jumping up and down. I looked at them and I admired them. Yet I could not really be stable onto the escalator. In fact, they reminded me of all my earphones back at home. Fast forward, I reached University of Warwick. It was a state-of-the-art university. As we say in Kenya, where the doors, they would just open by themselves. I looked at them and I was really amazed by the technology. While there, I learned so many things. I'll only pick 3 of these things that I learned. 1, food. I remember when we were first-year students, we were invited for lunch. Who doesn't like free lunch? Especially when you're a student like me. That day, I woke up quite early. I didn't even take breakfast, looking forward. So as I walked to the university, I met this guy. Here I was trying so much to impress him with all the English that I learned in Kenya. So I was like, I spoke to him. He kept on telling me, "Can you speak English, please?" But I'm speaking English. I thought I'd mastered the English, the Queen's language. Or should I say, the King's language? Anyway, I didn't mind him. Lunch was served. I was disappointed. We were given sandwich, cold green vegetable, and juice. I missed my ugali made from maize flour and the sardines, the omena. Weather, that is another story for another time. The British weather, I had never seen snow in my life. So the first time I saw snow, my eyes popped out. And they kept on falling all the time as I walked onto the snow. And the food, they love, the British, they love their tea so much. When you're happy, they say, take a cup of tea. When you're sad, take a cup of tea. In fact, I think the Maragolians from Kenya must have copied their love of tea from the British. Now, what did I learn from all these experiences? I learned to cope to the polite language of the British. I also learned to adapt to the English weather that could rain, shine, all at the same time. And if you think your mother is a good cook, travel the world, enjoy different cuisine, you'll have a different opinion. So, what can I say? Did I come back the same? Of course not. I came back a global citizen who is ready to mix with different culture nationally and internationally. Among you, who would not want to be a global citizen? We all want, isn't it? We all want to be like our district director, Emily Swagila, so that we will be able to travel all the world. I'll leave you with a quote by a known author that says that life is a journey. Travel all with many problems to be solved, but most importantly, life is to be enjoyed. Contest chair, have a cuppa. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's observe silence, please. Thank you very much. Now we can clap to all our contestants. While we are waiting for the chief judge and her team to finalize the results, let us take some time to know our heroes a little bit better. So I'd like to invite all the contestants up here. And let us clap to all of them as they come in. Who's missing? Let's see. Right. Are they not beautiful? All right. Arnold, I see that you have chosen your sport carefully. So I would like to know our contestants a little bit more. Elizabeth, one of your hobbies is motivational speaking. How has Toastmasters helped you in achieving this one, this very hobby?
The fact that I'm standing here today, now, Toastmasters has already done it. And like I said, forward ever, backward never. I feel so happy that I represented my country today, and this is because of Toastmasters. My journey is quite interesting. I remember when I was asked to go and participate at area level, I did not believe in myself. I didn't even know I could stand and talk to a crowd of people. And I remember when Director Wilson told me, you can go and make it. Your life is not going to be the same again. I told him, are you crazy? I have not even given any speech. I think I had just given my icebreaker. I didn't even know what it was all about. I was a real amateur, really. And I said, it's okay. I will go there and give it my best. And to my surprise, first place winner, Orishaba Elizabeth. And then I was told, now that puts you on a position where you're going to represent Division F. I didn't even know what Division F was all about. I didn't even know what they meant. I said, it's okay. And now we had that contest online. I remember very well, I was so anxious to see John Rex Nzira because I could just see him. And then I even asked him, Rexford, are you a European? I remember I went in his inbox and I asked him, are you a European? Then I said, when I win, I will have to see you physically. Now, when I won at division level in the first place, I thought to myself, I think there's something about me, which I don't know, and I will find out what it is. And now I am here. But now, the greatest happiness of all, and surprise actually, is the confidence and the trust that my organization put in me, because as I stand here, I'm representing my organization, and it has sponsored me to be here, and that is because of Toastmasters. Back to you,
Elizabeth. Arnold. Let's try to keep it short in 1 minute. Arnold, I understand that you did finish one of your pathways. It took me 3 years to do 10 speeches. How did you crush it? For someone who's struggling.
Thank you for that question. So completing a path, and if I just mention is that I also meant to transition from the old pathway where we were doing projects, 10 of them, and the evaluations used to be very harsh. In fact, if you got a pass, you'd be so excited to celebrate, because a lot of the evaluation was like, repeat your project. You did not meet expectations. However, we have transformed to pathways, and pathways, the beauty about it is because it responds to the ideal thing that you want out of it. And when you look at the projects themselves, enhances what it is you want in part of your communication. So for me, I'm pursuing persuasive influence to try and see how I can influence more people to join Toastmasters, to be that influential kind of a leader. And going through the pathways, the projects that I've managed to do have been quite exciting and challenging at the same time. And I'm at the final step to complete my second part, and I would encourage people to pick up projects, do them. It's going to be to your own benefit, no one else. And the beauty is that because it's self-learning, it's self-paced, find the time to do them. I'm impressed with people when I see people do triple crown and all that stuff. If you're new, you'll find out what that means. And just put yourself in that kind of position whereby once you finish your project, think about it. Like I've now finished this Humorous Speech Contest, and I'm already thinking about my next Humorous Speech Contest. That's what you need to do. Back to you, Contest Chair.
Thank you, Arnold. Emily? Understand that you're a communications manager in your organization.
Yes, I am.
How do you use the skills from Toastmasters to carry out your day-to-day assignments?
I will not say I use my Toastmasters skills on a daily basis. I use them on a need basis. We all go through conflict, and we all go through moments where we have to engage with our members at work. As a communications person, it's even harder because then there's stakes that are higher when you are expected to communicate better, to be more effective with how you deliver the message of the organization. For me, Toastmasters is more about myself, about my personal growth, and being self-aware. I was having lunch with a member from Kampala Toastmasters, Kampala executives, and we were talking about just how when you step outside of a Toastmasters meeting and then get into the rest of the world, it's almost like restore factory settings. I don't know whether we have that experience. So for me in communications, it's more about how do I truly deliver the agenda of the organization, but more importantly, how do I manifest the leader that Toastmasters is trying to bring out of me? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Moving on. Hagari.
Yeah.
Wow. And we'll talk about your speech next time. But you say you love challenges and you're inspired by challenges. Tell us of one challenge that was big, hairy, and audacious, and what was the outcome?
Thank you, Contest Chair. Of course, I love challenges, and that's how I came here. I've been in Toastmaster for long, maybe for over 10 years, and I face different challenges as a leader. I've been a leader twice, a president twice, I've been a VPE twice, and through the process we have encountered a lot of challenges. And I remember at one point we were told to stop the meeting because there was an issue, political issue in the country, and we had to stop meeting. Then recovering back from that interruption was really tough. Toastmasters were desperate, they quitted literally, and we had to call everyone, push and lobby everyone to come back to the meeting. Even we had to merge two clubs. Imperial Toastmasters and Addis Ababa Toastmasters Club had to be merged so that the membership will rise. So it was really challenging. We had an issue with regards to venue. We faced it together, we worked hard, and bit by bit we managed to bring the club back, and finally we separated after we get the full membership. So it was really challenging, but at the same time, that is what makes me and what makes us stronger and better than before. I think this will do. Okay.
Rose. It's Rose. But Rose, I think you need to leave your phone number on the board. Rose, as a Maasai, I used to eat beef for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And cooking being one of your hobbies. Tell us of one meal that you can eat 3 times a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Thank you, Contest Chair, for that question. So as I said in my profile that I love cooking, being my best passion, I think the best meal that I would prepare for anyone that would make him or her eat every time is obviously traditional mboga. We have managu, mchicha, and there are so many types. So being a girl who was brought in the village by a grandmother, I could see her, how she prepares it, and myself, when it came time for me to eat, I would really enjoy it myself. So obviously, if it can make me happy, it would make the others happy and enjoy the meal itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose. Beldina, being a teacher, I hate math. I'm unable to do math, and I don't really want to show up in your class. As a teacher and a Toastmaster, how do you influence a student who's not willing and who's not ready? As a teacher and as a Toastmaster, how do you inspire and influence someone who's not willing and not ready to take action, like a student?
Thank you for that question. Well, just like me, I was not good in maths. And our teacher back then never even made efforts. You know, you will just come to class and say, those who are not interested in maths, that's your own problem. But I have learned as a Toastmaster and a teacher. I've been a teacher for many years, but not a Toastmaster for me. It's just, I've been a Toastmaster for 1 year. But one thing that I have learned from Toastmaster is that, you know, they say teachers talk a lot. We can talk from morning till evening. So what I have learned is to structure my speaking, my communication. So if a learner is not really interested in a subject, I would rather reach out and become a friend to the student, so that when you become a friend and you are able to communicate clearly and break down the most difficult concept into simpler concept within a short time, then it will be easy. This learner who does not have interest. And of course, in Toastmasters we have feedback. So I'll be able to give feedback to this student, and in the process, maybe be able to make them become interested in a learning area. So I can say that being a Toastmaster this 1 year has made me also to become an effective teacher, because I'm able to give feedback that is constructive, much better than what I used to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Beldina. And that is good food for thought for those who are yet to join Toastmasters. Chief Judge, are we ready with have you finished the tallying and everything? Because my time is up. Can you just check if they're ready? Now, I would like to all right, so I would like to, when I call your name, you pass by and then you pick your certificate, and then you can walk down to the audience. Now, can I request the audience that as I call them and hand them the certificates, please, let's just clap and give them a big round of applause. Elizabeth Orishava. Arnold Orege. Emily Manjeru. Hagari Walden. Rose Akov. And finally, Beldina Ochola. I think that's all I had for this session. I would like to now invite the MC to take up the next assignment. And thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Oltesh. Let's give a big hand to Oltesh and the team. Well done, Oltesh. Thank you. I feel a little younger. I saw a quote online by Victoria Brown that says that laughter is and always will be the best form of therapy. Are you feeling like you came out from a therapy session? Feeling a little lighter? Well, I have good news. We are almost coming to the end of this amazing day. We have a great keynote speech from one of our founders. Toastmasters East Africa has not always been like this. You know, we're enjoying something that maybe 7 years ago was a very different case. After the break, I will be inviting one of our founders to give a keynote address. But for now, I'd like us to go for tea or for a bathroom break. But I want to ask that let's take 10 minutes. Then I also want to request kindly that you take your tea and come and have it inside here as you interact with people, so that once I ask us to settle in, I won't be going out to look for people. So come with your tea, but feel free to mingle around with your tea and drinks. And let me also point you to a few announcements. First of all, at the back there, we have candidate showcase booths. So the district leaders who are sending into office tomorrow have their booths there. In case you're wondering who an division director is, a club growth director, a district director, they'll all be having booths there. And if you're online, we also have breakout rooms for our candidates, so you can come in and out of the breakout rooms online so that you can view the gallery of the amazing leaders that are vying for office and are going to be declared winners in the next coming hours. Secondly, outside we have two booths. We have a Vodacom booth in case you want to get a local SIM card. We have Vodacom guys there who are happy to assist you, so that should you be out there wanting to get an Uber or looking for something, you want to get data and what have you, you can use a local line at a very low cost. Finally, Msafiri, our travel planner who's supported most of us to come here and get your hotel booked, have a desk in case you need to engage them about your booking, about your hotel reservation, or any other trip that you'd like to make around Dar es Salaam. Msafiri is outside. For now, let's take 10, enjoy tea, enjoy good company. See you in 10 minutes. During the break, I will invite a talented Toastmaster who's a piano maestro, Laser. You can serenade us with some good tunes. He's also a Toastmaster from Mount Meru Toastmasters, and he's not only a great pianist, he's also a great speaker. Laison, take it away.
Test. Test.
right then, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time this evening, let me ask you to please be seated. Let's please settle in. SAAs, please help me round the people into the seats. SAAs, King George, please do your magic. Oscar Mwangi, please help me do the magic. Do your magic. Thank you very much, Liaison Laser, for those serenading tunes on the keyboard. Let's all please be seated. Jesse, Inebiona, Patricia, Aretha, that whole gang behind there, Vincent Otumbo, Emnet, Mekedela, and team, Musechu, tukae chini naomba. Steve Minor. Yeah, I know a lot of guys. I'm impressed. Kevin. Thomas Njue. Please be seated. Please be seated and help your friends also be seated. Jesse, Ainebiona, Thomas Njue. Christine. Please, let's sit. All right, please be seated. It's good to see you, Dr. Sunshine from Uganda. Neema Siwingwa. What is that name? What is that name that Emilia was baptized today? What's that name? See what? She said what? She just said a random name. I like that. Okay, thank you. Please, let's be quiet. Okay, as you enjoy your tea and your bitings, final announcement for the day. There is a Dar es Salaam, if you want to have a Dar es Salaam city tour, there's one that's arranged for tomorrow at 1 p.m. and Monday at 10 a.m. So please make your booking at the Msafiri Travel Desk, which is right outside here, and book your place for the Dar es Salaam city tour tomorrow at 1 p.m. I think it's a good idea. Or Monday at 10 a.m. so that when you get back home, at least you will say that you toured this beautiful city of Dar es Salaam. Our last presentation tonight, or this evening, is a great one. We are honored and privileged to host one of our founding mothers. I think just about 7 years ago, or 8 maybe, there was maybe a bunch of clubs, four clubs. Can you imagine 7 years ago there was just 4 clubs in East Africa? Everything you're seeing has come in the recent past. So a bunch of excited people came together, had many ideas, went around, excited people, and 5 years later, we've moved from 4 clubs to almost 60 clubs, and that's a big feat, and that deserves a hand clap. You missed the opportunity. But as you can imagine, This took visionary leadership. This evening, we are privileged to host our first ever district director. In fact, then she was called the Territorial Council Chair. I'll tell you a little bit about her. She's the MD of Kenya's finest coffee, Dormans Limited. And I'm saying that so that I get some coffee by the time I leave here. She's passionate about Toastmasters, leadership, podcasts, and movies. I asked her to give a fun fact about her. She told me that I don't eat creepy, crawly things from the ocean. So please do not treat her to her seafood dinner. She doesn't do oysters, lobsters, and all those things. I've seen them being sold on the street. You know, like what we have in Nairobi as samosas, they sell lobsters on the streets. You can get them casually on the streets. That's very interesting. But if you're Rosie's friend, do not attempt to buy that for her. She's been in Toastmasters for the last 18 years. 18 years, guys. That's a long time. In fact, her membership at Toastmasters is an adult. Her membership has an ID. She's been a club secretary, club treasurer, VPM, president, mentor, sponsor, and even a district director. And she's also achieved the highest recognition in the Toastmasters education program. That's a distinguished Toastmasters status. And this was in the legacy program. You know, nowadays, I feel that pathways, you can kind of wiggle your way through it, and in 2 years you are DTM, which is a bittersweet thing. It's a great thing because you achieve your recognition faster. It's a bitter thing because sometimes you can be half-baked. So she's those fully baked DTMs, solid, fully baked DTMs. My personal experience with Dr. DTM Rosie Rana is that she's a results-driven leader. When I was campaigning at a time like this to become the club growth director, I reached out to her. And I had crazy ideas that were up there in the moon, and I wanted to change District 114. And she asked me a simple question. All these initiatives you have, how much results are they producing? And I told her, no, it's not about results. You know, we need to have fun. She told me at the end of the day, you need to achieve results. And she really grounded me when I was going for the CGD role. And she's a mentor to many. She's a role model to myself and to many. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please, with a rousing East African welcome, help me welcome our founding mother, DTM Dr. Rosie Rana.
Wow. I love you all. Wow. But while I hail the technology that brings us together, this surely warms my heart. Coming here to a physical conference, meeting you all and hearing you all. Thank you. Mr. International President, district leaders, fellow Toastmasters, and distinguished guests. We all remember our first visit to a Toastmasters club. Mine was in February 2005. Apart from the Valentine's meeting theme and all the roses that were handed to me, a lot of things struck a chord. And as they say, The rest is history. I joined there and then, and I became Toastmaster Rosie Rana, Smart Speak Toastmasters Club number U689391, a member of a U club. Nowadays, you don't see the U. So I'm coming to what that stands for. I sat next to this lady, very dynamic, pleasant, friendly. She was typing minutes. Looked interesting. So we chatted. And then 2 months later, the club was having elections. And I got nominated to be the club secretary. This was probably the fastest promotion in my life. Don't we wish that our corporates did the same, lifted us right away? Now, U means undistricted. Smart Speak was one of only 2 clubs in the entire country. The first, aptly called Kwanza Kenya, for our guests who speak Swahili, Kwanza means first, was busting through the seams. They weren't getting speech slots, and therefore a group like-minded people had formed Smart Speak. So because we were undistricted, we did not have club officer training. So if you think that club officer training can get boring and monotonous, it is a privilege. You get it today, and we take it for granted. I didn't know any better, so I figured, yes, I can type minutes. I happily accepted the nomination. As undistricted clubs, we did not have the honor of receiving any international visitors or any officers. Nonetheless, 10 months into my term, something strange happened, something unusual. International Director Beth Thomas from South Africa was visiting Kenya for a Rotary function. And she graciously offered to stay a day to train us. And if you think club officer training is the normal thing, we were blown away. She drew parallels between the corporate world and Toastmasters, the roles we take. And we realized the many more benefits that Toastmasters can offer us. Now, Beth had a bold and vivacious vision for Africa. And this ignited a spark in me. I raised my hand and I said, I'm going to be the next vice president membership of our club. I'm going to bring in so many members because Kenya needs this. And Beth, calm, cool, looked at me and she said, why not president? Rosie, the course of Toastmasters in Africa needs a change. And it needs to be steered by a passionate leader. Me? President? Well, for one, I had only been a Toastmaster for 1 year. Why not? She snapped. And everyone in that room cheered. Like, well, a little less than you did today. Today you touched my heart. And suddenly I felt ready and I decided to go for the jugular. And that takes me to a big lesson that I learned. Most of us are we're not living to our full potential. But it takes a leader to untap that potential in you by challenging your assumptions. How many of you are limiting yourself because of those beliefs that you have or those feelings of I'm not good enough, that imposter syndrome? Leaders in Toastmasters see in you what you may not see in yourself. Trust them when they tell you to rise up to leadership. You may be saying, why should I? But let me tell you my story and you will know why you should. So as a club president, yes, there are many things I learned, and I'm sure if you're a club president or if you've ever been one, you can attest to the lessons such as conducting a meeting, keeping time, perhaps resolving conflict. For me, one of the greatest lessons I learned, you see, I was always a doer. I was always one of those people who wanted to do things. And one of the greatest lessons I learned, and I still am a results-driven person, absolutely, but you achieve through the efforts of others. And that's what leaders do. It's no different to playing a game of football. Leaders identify the talent. There are people who keep the goal. There are people who pass the ball. And there are people who score the goal. If you as a leader identify the skills that different people have and utilize them and optimize them, you shall win. Didn't Sarah say today, earlier in the morning, it's so true, that African proverb, let's all say it together. We all know it, don't you? If you want to go fast, if you want to go far, and Toastmasters is what really drove that message home. Well, so I started my journey. But this training had left an indelible mark in me. And as I moved on and we started working on the speeches, I just wanted more of it. And I got to speech 9. And speech 9, those days it was not pathways, it was a competent communicator manual, is persuade with power. So we were 2 clubs, right? So speech 9, I decided to persuade the executive committees, the 2 clubs together, got them together, and we agreed, or I persuaded them to pay for the airfare for Dolph Kastner, another South African, a veteran member, to come and train us. And we did. And that training was possibly even more impactful. And for the first time, we heard of concepts such as area, division, districts. I mean, there were so many for us to absorb. We had never known these words. We didn't even understand them. So we asked so many questions. But the main thing that stuck with me is that an area needs 4 clubs. Okay, we have how many? 2. So my mind was thinking, but I wasn't too sure yet. But our next focus became on growth. Kwanzaa's president, Millie, unfortunately, Millie is not with us anymore, and myself started rallying teams. We started meeting and we started angling for growth. Fast forward a few years, in 2008, Millie, along with a lot of Kwanzaa Kenya members, Nahabi, Matu, I know that a few are here, but including some of Pari, Marika, and many of you remember these people because these are veteran members who are still members, Nguru, Wangu, Angie, together formed Sema Toastmasters Club. And a year later, yay, I can see Nora raise her hand and I know why. A year later, my baby, along with smart speakers, Nairobi Toastmasters, and I can see starting members, Nelly, Margaret, and was formed. And now we were 4 clubs. I got very, very excited. I wrote to Dolph I wrote to Toastmasters International. I say to them, we need to be declared an area. And, you should have seen that note I wrote. You could feel the passion from it. And boy, did I get a shocker. So Toastmasters International had this to say to me. An area doesn't stand on its own. You need 20 clubs as the minimum to form what is called a territorial council, and it is through that structure that areas and divisions are held. So go back to square one. Well, they didn't say go back to square one. They say you're doing, Toastmasters, you're doing a fantastic job. Keep at it. Keep up the good work. Okay. Now, this seemed like a daunting task. Remember, it's taken us a few years. We didn't have the structures to help us. So we had 4 clubs now. So I decided, okay, if I can't do that, it looked too daunting, 20 at that time. So I started saving money. Now, for some of you, the idea of a vacation is a beach holiday, maybe? National park? Some other good ideas of holidays? Here, coming? I like that. Somebody said Toastmasters. Well, absolutely. I started saving money because all the Toastmasters conventions were held in North America. It cost $2,000 minimum plus, just for the airfare. So yes, I would take holiday from work to travel conventions, to Toastmasters International Conventions, and to South Africa, which was nearer, to attend district conferences. It's no wonder that Dolph nicknamed me a conference junkie, because I was a junkie. My family couldn't understand me. People thought, how much are you making? Right? Just as you, right? You're here today and you possibly spent to come here. But soak in all the lessons. And I would come back and impart them to the clubs. And perhaps that is why we in this part of the world, we were updated. And I remember when we rolled out the brand, or Toastmasters International rolled out the new brand, or the new logo with the brand refresh, I even proudly bought 4 banners, and I think members of Nairobi, SEMA, Kwanzaa, yes, Smartspeak will remember. You all have the banners that sit there, and I was so proud to hand them to the clubs at that time. We never had any Pathways ambassadors or learning masters, but again, Lois Strachan from South Africa was one, and she would give me the material. So we were updated. We continued that journey, and now Speech 9 made another mark. So I talked about Nairobi Toastmasters Club, which I chartered. And Nairobi Toastmasters Club, I guess because I kept talking about growth and all, we had a group from the Harry Karanjas and Peter Mutua and Margaret out there and Nellie, who were also very excited about growth. But not quite yet, and this is how it began, or the genesis of it began. Speech 9. Speech 9 is a powerful speech. Persuade with power. So Harry reached out to me. He was a new member. He wasn't as passionate those days, but he asked me to mentor him for Speech 9. Now, suffice it to say, the ideas he was coming up with for his Speech 9 didn't seem too persuasive for me. So I challenged him as we spoke. He said, how about changing the time of our lunchtime club, and we start meeting early in the morning? Because Harry, if you know him, is an early morning person. You want to talk to Harry, you find him at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock. And I challenged him. Instead of changing the time of an existing club, why not? And the seeds of early birds Toastmasters were sown. Absolutely. Harry got so excited by this process, and he formed what we called, or we started this movement called Roadmasters. Any Roadmasters or ex-Roadmasters from here? Yes! So Roadmasters became a group of like-minded members, and anyone could join at any time. But the point was, you pool your resources. Everybody paid, but we traveled by road, or the members traveled by road to support new clubs, to support charters, to support training, and just to help any club that needed it. Roadmasters started going beyond Nairobi. Roadmasters started thinking of going beyond Kenya. So these were exciting times, and this was the platform through which later we naturally and steadily and gradually got the growth that we wanted. Now, back to the conventions that I used to go to. I used to be so fascinated because everybody had this badge. DTM, Distinguished Toastmaster. I started asking Dolph a bit more about it because in Kenya at that time, I told you about the communicator manual. We had 3 people, and we had been existing in Kenya for almost 30 years, for 20 plus years, 25. No, there was no, so it seemed, it sounded to us like a degree in rocket science, or, from Harvard University. It just sounded so evasive and unachievable. And Dolph mentored me. He encouraged me. I had a mentor here too. He was the only remaining charter member of Kwanzaa at the time, at least first members, Kuldeep. He too mentored me, and my journey towards the DTM began. In the process, I participated. Yes, you could not participate as we have today in contests of this type. You could participate at club. The winning speech would be sent in a taped version to Toastmasters International, and it used to be evaluated or assessed, judged against speeches by other undistricted clubs. So I competed, I won that one, and yes, Kenya did fantastic. We have had many winners in the International Tape Speech Contest in that process. But I continued this journey, and then in 2014, I achieved my dream. I did become the first Toastmaster with a distinguished Toastmaster. But suddenly, you're waiting. That journey is very exciting towards a goal. And then it's a bit like an anticlimax. Yeah, you've reached it. And I think this is when we really got more and more of, we're going to get to this 20 and it's going to go on. So I've given you a lot about the background of Kenya. And I've spoken a lot about Kenya because in many ways, the seeds were sown in Kenya to a large degree for the greater East Africa here. So allow me now to move a bit and talk about the rest of our countries slowly. Uganda. Let me start with Uganda. I would like Nora Matovu to rise and be recognized. Let me tell you why. You've all recognized her, but I want to tell you why. So there was zero, there was no club, no foundation in Uganda. But Nora visited, and she was so motivated, and thanks to her spirit, the seeds for Kampala Toastmasters were sown. And I want to acknowledge so many members of SEMA Toastmasters who supported her in that journey. There was Anthony, there was Awings, there was Millie, there was Nahabi, Remember, we are a mix. We were roadmasters, but Millie, Nahabi, and the team also went by bus, correct, Nora? To make sure that the members understand how to play the different roles. And once you have one club, and this is why I talk about the first few clubs, the rest have a foundation. But having zero foundation in a whole, and in a country, in a population of 30, 40, 50 million, makes it very hard to start. So it's the start that matters. And so Uganda's growth began. And we were so excited with that. Rwanda. Rwanda is in the room. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pity we can't see our online audience, but I really would like to know if Joshua Tahinduka is in our audience. You see, he's already so well known. I have no idea if Joshua is in the audience because I can't see. But I'll get to how it started. One fine day, and I guess my name had probably made its rounds. I have absolutely no idea. But I got a phone call from a lady by the name of Diana Mpisi from Rwanda. She introduced herself and said to me she was working with Imbutu Foundation, which is a foundation by the First Lady. The objective of that foundation was to empower the youth. She had, Dr. Google is fantastic. He has helped us in this process. She had Googled and she had some relative who had been a Toastmaster. What is Toastmasters? How does it work? She asked me. I tried to explain. Long story short, I was on the next flight to Rwanda. And because remember, this is the First Lady's Foundation. They wanted to empower youth. In one day, because their budgets were also limited, because at the end of the day it was a foundation. In one day, she took me to 4 different universities across Rwanda. Rwanda is a small country, but it was still a distance, especially one of them was quite far. We ran 4 demo meetings, 4 demonstration meetings. And yes, I was the only member who knew how to run, but Anna was very sharp, and she came with a group of people. So I taught one of them to be a grammarian. I taught another one how to keep the time, told them how to hold flags. They all did round-robin evaluations as I delivered a speech. After 4 demonstration meetings, 3 clubs in Rwanda were formed that day. But being a foundation of the First Lady and the fact that they were paying money, now sometimes you have to pay to keep it up. There were disruptions, and especially when Diana left the organization. But fortunately, the one who came next, her successor, later picked up and invited me again, and I was on another plane, this time to deliver club officer training. Remember, we were districted, so just from whatever I could read and whatever I had learned from the Dolphs and the Beths of my time. And at that session, Joshua Tahinduka was possibly like me when I first had my training. And I want to acknowledge and thank Joshua because he has kept the spirit of Toastmasters in Rwanda alive and kicking. After he graduated from university, he realized, these clubs, they may not be fully sustainable as long as somebody's paying for us, as long as they turn around. They didn't have that experience, but Joshua made sure by chartering clubs where he basically sold the gospel, and soon Rwanda got their clubs, as you heard. So that tells you about Rwanda. But anyway, for now, I had 3 clubs in Rwanda. We had Uganda. So let's move on. Shall we go to Ethiopia? Ethiopians? Now, Ethiopia is possibly the one that Kenya cannot take credit for having sown any seeds. However, how did we get Ethiopia into East Africa? So, as we were talking about this, one day, and this is Harry, as you can tell, Harry and I are very, very, very close. So Harry is digitally savvy, and he saw on the web an advert by one Jupiter Toastmasters club, Toastmasters, advertising a speech fair. I think the name was So You Think You Can Speak. Have I got that right? Yes, that's right. So You Think You Can Speak. And it sounded interesting and exciting, and so we made contact and we started finding out more. And that's when we learned, guess what? Ethiopia used to have a club which was called Blue Nile Toastmasters Club. And I know there's a Blue Nile now, but that Blue Nile unfortunately later got suspended. But that started in 1950. 3 decades before Kenya's first club. But nobody knew that. It seemed like Blue Nile, the memory, or it was happening, but they were not in good standing because they were not showing up when we tried to look them up with Toastmasters International. However, that's when we learnt and we were in touch with, I want to recognize Yosef Fantu. Thank you. So Yosef did tell us, and sadly, because I don't know them or didn't know them, they were even before I was born, but there were members before my time and before our time who had been involved. But Yosef told us all about them, and he told us there are 5 clubs in Ethiopia that are alive and kicking, and Jupiter being one of them. Wow! Remember, we have been doing this baby steps. So, by this time, baby steps, we had around 10 clubs. Ethiopia has 5. Doesn't that goal sound closer? We're getting there. So we really get excited. And I have no idea. Call it the law of attraction, call it psycho-cybernetics, I have no idea. But Beth Thomas surfaced back in my life. And she told me of an initiative by a South African to charter a club in Tanzania. Now, meanwhile, parallel to that, because we had not forgotten Tanzania, Tanzania was very, very much on our radar as far as Harry, myself were concerned. So what we had done, and by then, we had chartered in Kenya our first corporate Toastmasters club, which was Standard Chartered. Arnold Orenge? Yeah. We had a fantastic, supportive HR manager at Standard Charter. She supported us in trying to get their counterpart in Tanzania set up a club. That didn't take off as well as we would have liked, but the initiative was going on. Meanwhile, there was this other club being started. So we felt it's happening. We now have 11, we have 5, we have another possible 2. We have 17 clubs. Isn't that amazing? So I told Beth, 3 is now a piece of cake. And she, again, how much can it be a coincidence? She had just been appointed the region advisor to Region 11, which we didn't know what that meant, but it fell here and now. She and Aletta joint region advisors for Region 11. So Beth took it to the board, and in April 2017, I remember that day as clear as night. Got a letter from the Chief Executive Officer, title of Toastmasters International, telling us we had been approved to be a territorial council conditional to us attaining 20 clubs by June 2017. We would do it. East Africa, there's no way we will not do that, right? So just as we are having a conference today, those days we used to have, today we're having 3-day conferences, we would have 3-hour annual dinners. We had decided for the first time to take it out of Kenya now that we were spreading. So just pre-April we had already planned, but June 2017, we had our annual dinner in Rwanda. Beth prepped us, and we had the first council meeting of the Territorial Council of East Africa, where I was honored to be voted in as your chair. Joshua Tahinduka was voted in as the Program Quality Director, and Harry Karanja was voted in as the Club Growth Director. We had many like-minded members who rose, and especially from the Roadmasters Club. There was Anthony, there was Gilbert, and these were the ones who eventually carried on. They stood up for positions. There was Margaret at the back as well, who was with us, and she wanted to be the finance manager, but she opted not to compete with the person that year, but she did become the following year. So we called ourselves a territorial council because we knew we would get to the 20, but we weren't at the 20. And the race began. We had so many prospective clubs in the pipeline. It was moving, and before we knew it, we were in the outskirts of Nairobi. We were in Rift Valley, and there the rest is history because we officially became a territorial council. And after that, we rallied the teams. I rallied the teams. They were the most fabulous team you can imagine, because everyone had bought into this vision that now we knew to get to district, we now needed to get to 60 according to the governing documents that we read. We knew we will do it, come what may. But the journey was not without challenges. Territorial councils had no budget allocated, so we had zero money. But so far, we had zero money anyway. We used to use Roadmasters, to use our own resources, so we didn't overthink it, so we would keep on going by road. I wish we had the virtual connections that we do then. We never really thought of chartering virtually. The journey began, and fellow Toastmasters, I'm delighted to say that we were allowed, you know how I feel about training, right? So we were allowed to go to international for training, but on condition we paid for the rest of our expenses. So the ticket was offered as long as we paid the accommodation and any other out-of-pocket expenses. So Harry and I managed. Unfortunately, Joshua could not afford it. And I tell this just to share the challenges we have, because the training was happening at a fancy, exotic Marriott hotel. We, of course, stayed, yes, you can guess, but the internet is fantastic. We stayed, but this place was kind of far off, and it's the first time we had gone to Portugal ever. We stayed far off. We looked, and according to Google Maps, it was like a 40-minute walk. We were not going to afford taxis or buses or anything. The program for training, and it said breakfast from 7 a.m. So Harry and I planned, you know what, we'll save on money, right? So we got up very early. You know, dynamite comes in small packets, right? So me in my high heels, we walked that 40 minutes. We got there. We were there sharp at 7, tired, hungry, sore. And so we went for the breakfast. At the entrance, looked typical from Africa. I have no idea what we looked like, But at the door, at the table, and oh, the spread looked delicious. The coffee aroma, oh, and you know me and coffee, yeah? The coffee aroma was just, appealed to us. But the maitre d' stopped us, asked us who we were, asked us for our names, went through the list, and he said, sorry, you are not eligible for breakfast. So, yeah, I mean, those are small, they seem minor, but when you are in a foreign country where Forex is scarce and precious, those little things really make you start questioning. But we carried on, and that training, again, was nothing short of transformational. And I got the opportunity there again to talk to Dan Rex, CEO. And Dan Rex said to me, as we were talking, Dan Rex congratulated me on the achievement that we had made. And I said to him, this is nothing. It's Africa. We have a population of 250 million. We are going to have more and more and more and more clubs. And his answer, Rosie, how can we support you? I actually didn't even think anybody from a far-off country could support us, right? We've been doing this ourselves. I mean, how can they support us? They're so far away. It didn't even occur to me there could be support from a distant land. Even that, I mean, although we were in Europe, as far as I knew, they were in the States. And he asked me after we talked, and we talked about the challenges, and we talked about Roadmasters, and he asked me, and I said, we use our resources, and never thought twice about it. He approved a disbursement of $5,000. I never knew you could get so much money. I honestly never thought you could get so much money. Today it may sound like nothing, but it was incredible. The money came a lot later. But one thing I'll tell you, after that, we threw the best conference. We were the first territorial council who had a visit by a Toastmasters International President, Balraj Aruna Salaam. And there were many more wins. Harry, Peter, and Joshua joined me as DTS. Yes, it was lonely out there, and that gave me so much happiness and satisfaction, because as leaders, you want others to develop. Beyond that, in my 2-year tenure, we tripled the clubs. We jumped to the 50s. We got number 1 position in terms of percentage growth of clubs. We ranked 4th globally, and we attained Smedley Distinguished status, which meant we went into the Hall of Fame. We made sure we went in Maasai African attire, singing and shouting, and we were true Africans in there as we attained provisional district status that time. Harry took the mantle thereafter and raised the club count, got the magic 60, and we became a full district. And East Africa, here we are. And guess what? Even though Burundi was added to us, it is thanks again to Joshua who supported the efforts of clubs in Burundi. So Burundi in the room, we've also had a bit of... So fellow Toastmasters, while I wouldn't go into the journey of the actual territorial council, you get the foundation. And today, as a full-fledged district, it gives me so much happiness to see where we are and the maturity we have. But I say to you, situations evolve, times change. In our time, we saw the opportunity to grow Toastmasters and this movement. In 2020, we suffered with COVID, and there was the opportunity to learn virtual skills, and Zoom became our lingo. So what about you? What is your next big thing? AI? Climate change? Sustainability? Green? I don't know, whatever it is. But one thing I will say, the world needs leaders who have integrity, leaders who are empathetic and who are respectful. Our servant leadership model is what will mold you into a leader with humility. We need leaders who communicate, not leaders who have mandamanos, right? And we have all this opportunity. So, finally, Beth Thomas succumbed to illness in 2021, but not before getting 7 DTMs and impacting on many lives in Africa. That vision she had, certainly there was a small amount on me, but that small has just trickled down, because you are remembered for the effect that you have on others. But we have the opportunity through Toastmasters to have effect on others, whether it's recognition, whether it's encouragement. You can give wings even to flightless birds. You can encourage another Rosie Rana, or whoever it is, Nora, Joshua, Harry, you name it. Today, we set the structures. In fact, I want to also mention Beverly Nambozo, who started the Sauti Toastmasters newsletter, which still lives on. Yeah. So we have it all. And there is so much more, as you can tell. I could go on and on. Nonetheless, let me say, if I've been a Toastmaster for 18 years, I've learned and shared many lessons. But one thing I will say as a final or my parting shot is, the more you invest in this organization, the more you get out of it. Your confidence soars, your career blossoms, and your relationship thrive. It was a wise man who said, the quality of your life is only as good as your relationships. And Toastmasters is where the quality of your life will also rise. Thank you.
Wow. Man, that felt like that picture we have of Africa. Yes, let's appreciate Dr. DTM Rosie Rana. You know, we have this picture of a wise old person, you know, just you as a kid seated under a big oak tree, and you're being told about your great grandfather and grandmother, and you're being told the culture of your people. You're told why we do what we do. You're told where we came from, and such. What an inspiring recollection of where we're coming from. It reminds me of a quote by a famous American author called Zig Ziglar, who says that you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. So thank you, Dr. Rosie Rana, for starting. And what keeps us from taking this to the next level? You know, they started with 0 resources. We have so much more resources. We have 3 online clubs. We can charter a club virtually. I think it's Neema who I met, and she told me this is the first physical Toastmasters meeting she's attending. Everything has been online. Everything has been online. And I think sometimes we get so complacent, we get so relaxed. We feel that, we need... The other day I was telling somebody, we probably need people in a secretariat here. The East Africa Secretariat needs to be a paid secretariat for it to produce results, because it's a lot of work. But they, without any of these big terms we have, like COTs, club officer trainings, they didn't have district officer trainings, they didn't have an area and an area director, they didn't have a division and a division. We have so many layers of support, but we have so many reasons why it can't work. They had zero support, they believe they could change the world. So I think I want to ring on that question. Please turn to two people next to you, ask them, what's your next big thing? Yeah, you've got to just do it and do it without excuse. You've got to do it and do it without excuse. Because money will never be enough. Support will never be enough. Yeah, what's your next big thing? Do it. Just do it. This brings us to the end of our great program today. I want to appreciate all our online delegates. Let's say clap for all our online delegates. And we want to appreciate Lucy Wanjiru for guiding us online and all teams that are working online to support us. Tomorrow, we commence at exactly 9:30 a.m., an hour later, so you can sleep in. It's 8:30. It's 9:30. It's 9. Okay. All right, it's 9 a.m. 30 minutes, you can have 30 minutes more of sleep. Although I know some people who sleep is not part of their agenda. I'm even wondering why you got accommodation. Because you've not been using your room. The last thing we're going to do right here is a group photo. We're going to take a photo with all of us, and our media team, I'll ask you to put a gallery view of our online viewers, of our online delegates. So if you're online, please turn your cameras on because you're going to take a group photo in the next minute. But before we do that, I want to tell you what tomorrow looks like. Tomorrow we have an educational program with the international president, Matt Kinsey. He's going to be handling an educational session. We have the table topics and international speech contests. We'll also be awarding the winners from all the contests. So you want to look forward to that. We'll have a district council meeting tomorrow, and we will place the cherry on the cake by having a grand gala dinner and award ceremony, which goes for an extra $45. So in case you've not paid up for that, there should be a desk. Where do people, online? Okay, either online or can we have someone outside who can help with that information? Okay, our conference convener, Sarah, will be outside and she will help us know how we can pay for that in case you've not paid. Before we all come here, sorry, someone asked me, why am I not having water? Okay, I'm back. We really want to appreciate our international president, Matt Kinsey, and your wife, Janine Kinsey, for choosing to honor us with your presence. And, there's one layer of honor we have by them coming. But did you know that today is their 34th wedding anniversary? And whoa! So we are double honored that you're celebrating your 34th wedding anniversary right here at District 114 with us. So a big hand to celebrate their 34th wedding anniversary to DTM Matt Kinsey and DTM Janine Kinsey. As you do your education session, sir, please add in there tomorrow how you stay with a human being for 30 years without killing them. Okay, that's a quick answer. But you really have got to tell us a secret. 34 years is a long time to stay with anybody. This is why Toastmasters terms are 1 year. After 1 year, have a good life. We're not doing this together again. Never. I'm not joining an exco role. Forget you guys. Or somebody who's been with somebody for 34 years. I want to invite all of us right here to take a group photo. And at the center of it, I want to the honor once again of our trio and the international president and his wife right here. Let's have a gallery view of our online viewers. Switch on your videos. Let's take a grand group photo. Let me also invite DTM Connie to give a quick announcement.
Everybody, if you can make your way quietly and also hear what I'm telling you, please. Quietly, quietly. Does anyone understand the word quietly? Let me see. I see people's lips moving. I've left it.
Please note that the candidate showcase is on tomorrow. Meanwhile, let's all run here. Let's have a gallery view of our online viewers. Online participants, please switch on your videos.
Why are you with us? No, why are you among the people?
Division directors.
So the cabinet should be up front with the directors and the trio.
All right, so let's have the cabinet up front with the division directors and the trio. So cabinet, trio, division directors. Is there any past division director? Past division director? Yes. Yes, Ethiopians. DTM Ethiopians.
Are we ready for the photo?
What's you guys? What I miss? What I miss? Oh, I'm back.
Hey, welcome
Okay,
back.
so
Nice to see everybody. Oh, who did this magic?
Please mute. Yes, thank you. Online, I can see you. Kevin Rubia. Who else can I see there? There's Rhoda Mukami, Kevin Rubia, Hannah Donvin. Okay, Margaret Njuguna, Shitolo, Helen. All these guys. Josephine, June Keriri. It's good to see you guys. Big broad smile. Okay, are we good? Are we good? Okay. Who is the photographer? Can you see that span? Your span is out. Okay, there's a lot of guys here. Can we squeeze into the crowd? Oh yeah, good idea. Some guys can... In the back, you can have squatters and standers. Squatters and standers. Front. All right, no worries. Just get into the frame. You have the frame? Okay. Yeah. Are you ready? Let's say happy anniversary. Happy Now with your hands up, let's say happy. Let's go. Happy anniversary. Get it? Good. Last one. Okay. Let's say District 1. Oh, what do we say? What do we say? Something. Better, stronger, together. Are you ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Better, stronger, together. Again. Better, stronger, together. Last time. Better, stronger, together. Well done, guys. Have a good night. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.